What a ride by Jason Osborne, he wins stage 3.
Absolutely nailing this final climb today. Mary Kay McCarthy comes through across the line for 40 points.
Taking away the title of the UCI 2024 Cycling Esports World Champion.
Welcome everyone to the 5th edition of the UCI Cycling Esports World Championships 2025 here in Abu Dhabi.
أهلا وسهلا بكم جميعا في النسخة الخامسة من بطولة العالم للدراجات الإلكترونية لعام 2025 UCI هنا في أبو ظبي.
Tonight we will be witnessing 40 of the world's best cyclists compete for the world title and the highly coveted rainbow jersey. We'll see the top 20 men and women from the qualifying round plus wildcards battling it out tonight here in Abu Dhabi.
سنشاهد الليلة أكثر من 40 متسابقاً من أفضل راكبي الدراجات في العالم يتنافسون على لقب العالم وارتداء القميص الملون بألوان قوس قزح. المتنافسون اليوم هم 20 رجل و20 امرأة وصلوا إلى سباق الليلة عن طريق التصفيات النهائية ومعهم متسابقين تأهلوا عن طريق بطاقات الوايلد كاردز.
This year's race takes place in the specially designed MyWhoosh UCI World, a 3-stage course featuring the Mountain Verdict, the Puncher's Playground and the Sprinter's Paradise, each crafted to challenge the endurance, power and speed of the riders.
مضمار سباق هذا العام صمم خصيصاً من قبل MyWhoosh UCI World وهو مكون من 3 مراحل. المرحلة الأولى Mountain's Verdict، الثانية Puncher's Playground والثالثة Sprinter's Paradise، وكل مرحلة منها تختبر قدرة الدراجين على التحمل والسرعة والقوة.
All right everybody, are we ready? Then let's officially begin the 2025 UCI Cycling Esports World Championships. Please rise for the national anthem of the United Arab Emirates.
رسمياً نعلن انطلاق بطولة العالم للدراجات الإلكترونية UCI لعام 2025. رجاء من السادة الكرام الوقوف للنشيد الوطني لدولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة.
Let's look back at what happened in 2024 and get a sneak peek of what's coming in 2025.
دعونا نشاهد مقتطفات من سباق العام الماضي ونرى ما ينتظرنا في سباق هذا العام.
The 2024 UCI Cycling Esports World Championships set a new benchmark. For the first time, Abu Dhabi hosts live in-venue finals that crowned 2 world champions and cemented MyWhoosh as the global home of virtual cycling. Following the partnership with UCI in 2024, now in 2025, the journey has reached a new chapter. From May to July, national federations held their selections, narrowing the field and choosing the strongest from each nation. Then in August, the Open qualifiers gave riders from every corner of the globe a chance to chase their dreams, a chance to fight for a place among the coveted elite. And then came October's semi-finals. On the 3rd of October, a brutal test of power, endurance and resilience took place. Hundreds lined up, but only 40 could survive. Through blood, sweat and sheer determination,
21 men and 22 women punched their ticket to the biggest stage
of them all, the finals in Abu Dhabi. Now, in November, the curtain rises on the ultimate showdown right here in Abu Dhabi. 3 unique and demanding stages to crown the 2025 UCI Cycling Esports World Champions.
Stage 1, the Mountains Verdict, an elimination race where riders will have a 2-minute head start on the chase line. Anyone caught is eliminated, and points are earned every 5 seconds a rider stays ahead of the chase line. Stage 2, the Punchers Playground, a checkpoint-based relentless rolling course favouring punchers and all-rounders, with points awarded at 2 sprint checkpoints and 2 climb checkpoints, and the finish line. Stage 3, the Sprinters Paradise, an 8-lap points-based race where every lap offers a sprint, with double points on the final lap, demanding consistency and a decisive kick at the finish. Now, all roads lead to Abu Dhabi. Once more, the city becomes the arena of cycling's ultimate test. 3 stages that will demand speed, strategy and sheer willpower. Above all, when the dust settles, only 2 titans will stand above the rest. Who will rise above the rest and claim the coveted rainbow jersey as the 2025 UCI Cycling Esports World Champion?
We're honoured to welcome 2 key figures who've been instrumental in making this year's event possible. First, I'd like to introduce Mr. Matthew Smithson, Director of Esports at MyWhoosh.
يشرفنا أن نرحب بشخصيتين بارزتين أسهمتا في إنجاح سباق هذا العام. أولاً، رحبوا معي بالسيد ماثيو سميثسون، مدير الرياضات الرياضية في MyWhoosh.
Good evening, everybody. Honoured guests, partners, supporters, and most importantly, our athletes. Good evening and welcome. Welcome to the 2025 UCI Esports World Championships. Less than 6 years ago, MyWhoosh began with a clear vision. Our vision was to build a world-class virtual cycling platform that is accessible, competitive, and inspiring for riders everywhere. I think this today shows that we're well on that journey. That vision led to the first ever live World Esports World Championships just last year. And tonight, we're proud to bring it back. Bigger, stronger, and even bigger global reach. This event is only possible through collaboration and shared belief. A special thank you to our CEO, Mr. Akhtar, His Excellency, Mr. Mata, and the entire MyWhoosh leadership. To the UCI, thank you for your continued partnership and trust. Together, we are elevating cycling esports and we are setting new standards for what this discipline can become. To Elite, thank you for ensuring accuracy and fairness. Every trainer on this stage has been tested and verified, so what we witnessed tonight is not just great racing, it's true and verified performance. To the riders, federations, community members and partners around the world, and those that jump on MyWhoosh for a ride a few times a week, thank you. Your belief and commitment drive everything that we do. To the entire MyWhoosh team, engineering, operations, marketing, PR, product, events, broadcast, support, thank you. Now to the athletes who are nervously gathered behind me. You've trained for this. You've qualified for this. You've earned this. The course ahead will demand everything that they have. Strength, speed, strategy, resilience. And soon we will crown the 2025 UCI Cycling Esports World Champions. On behalf of everyone at MyWhoosh, it's time for no fuss, no fees, just race.
Thank you, Matthew, for those inspiring words and for leading the charge in growing cycling esports.
شكرا جزيلا لك السيد ماثيو على كلماتك الرائعة وعلى ترويجك لهذه الرياضة.
Now, please welcome Mr. Saif Al-Rushaidi, UCI Management Committee Member.
والآن رحبوا بالسيد سيف الرشيدي عضو لجنة إدارة الاتحاد الدولي للدراجات الإلكترونية.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Hello everyone. Dear His Excellency, Mr. Arif bin Hamad Al-Awani from Abu Dhabi Sport Council, the General Secretary. Dear His Excellency, Matar Al-Tayr and Mr. Akhtar Hashimi from MyWhoosh, distinguished guests, athletes, ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to you. It is my great honor to represent the Union Cyclists International, UCI, at the opening of the 2025 UCI Esports Championships. Tonight marks an exciting moment for all of us. The athletes competing here have come through a challenging qualification process from national and public qualifiers to the semifinals. Their hard work and determination have earned them a place here in Abu Dhabi, where they will compete for one of the highest honors in cycling, the UCI Rainbow Jersey. The riders will take on 3 exciting races: the Mountains Verdict, the Punchers Playground, and the Sprinters Paradise. To succeed, they will need speed, power, endurance, and smart strategies. We are proud to see Abu Dhabi once again host this world-class event after last year's great success. Thanks to our strong partnership with MyWhoosh, we can already look forward to returning again in 2026. I'd like to extend my sincere thanks to MyWhoosh for providing the exclusive platform and organizing an event that perfectly combines virtual and live competition. It allows fans around the world to join us online, while the audience here in the arena brings fantastic energy to the event. Abu Dhabi continues to be a strong supporter of international cycling. The city hosted the UCI Urban Cycling World Championships last year and will welcome more World Championships in the coming years, including the UCI Road and Gran Fondo World Championships in 2028, followed by the UCI Track World Championships in 2029. My appreciation also goes to the Abu Dhabi Sport Council and the UAE Cycling Federation for their continued support and commitment to developing cycling across all disciplines. But tonight, the spotlight belongs to cycling esports. In just a few hours, we will know the names of our 2025 UCI World Championships. Right now, every athlete starts equally, but soon the competition will decide who claims the top spot. I'd like to conclude by thanking my colleagues from the UCI who flew to Abu Dhabi from different destinations to consolidate the success of this event. Thank you very much, colleagues. However, the excitement is building, the athletes are ready, and the stage is set. So, ladies and gentlemen, let the racing begin. Good luck to all the competitors, and may the best athletes win tonight. Thank you very much.
A big round of applause for Mr. Saif Al-Rushaidi.
تحية كبيرة جدا للسيد سيف الرشيدي.
Tonight's championships kick off with the women's race.
سنبدأ الليلة بسباق السيدات.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our female finalists of the 2025 UCI Cycling Esports World Championships.
السيدات والسادة، رحبوا معي بالمتنافسات على بطولة العالم للدراجات الإلكترونية UCI.
First up, welcome Mina Koistinen.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Kelsey Jade Van Score and Anna Zvartstrom.
Let's hear it for Jacqueline Godby and Alexi Snova.
Welcome to the stage, Brigitta Filinski and Emilia Velt.
Show your support for Nicole Meyer and Chao Ha.
A huge round of applause for Bridget Kittle and Matilda Field.
Make some noise for Marle Bruna and Johanna Tidholm.
Let's hear it for Lisa Hermansen and Maria Holdcroft.
Give it up for Elise Gallegos and Kristen Kolchinski.
Put your hands together for Mika Soderstrom and Camilla Olberg.
And now we have Francesca Tomasi and last year's runner-up, Gabriela Guerra.
And last but not least, your defending 2024 UCI Cycling Esports World Champion, Mary Kate McCarthy.
And now that we have all our female riders on stage, let's hand over to our export broadcast team to take us through the action.
Well, hello and welcome here to Abu Dhabi for the UCI's World Championship Esports Cycling. What a night we're going to have tonight. I'm Anthony McCrossan. Thank you so much, wherever you are in the world, for joining us here for what we think is going to be some tremendous event. We've seen the build-up. The riders are already started to warm up ahead of this women's race, and we're really excited to find out who's going to win the 2 world titles that are on offer. Well, alongside me for tonight is a rider who's raced 2 Esports World Championships. She races on MyWhoosh, the platform we're racing on tonight. She's a multiple national champion. A very warm welcome. Good evening, Hayley Simmons.
Hi, it's amazing to be here in what is a truly spectacular venue for what's going to be an incredible night of racing.
It is, isn't it, behind us? Wow, the light show that we've had. Abu Dhabi doesn't do anything by halves. There's no doubt about that whatsoever. The light show, the build-up, the feeling in here, there's that sense of expectation, isn't there?
Absolutely. My adrenaline's pumping and I'm not even racing. So, you know, these guys they're going to give us an amazing show and I just can't wait to see what happens in the races.
Let's talk about the expectation then. Before we talk about the format of tonight, what does it mean for the riders to be here representing their countries, fighting for a rainbow jersey?
I think the fact that we've got a live final, we had the live final last year and now again this year, it really brings a new dimension to the Esports World Championships because these riders really fight in the semi-finals for the chance to be here, to pull on their national jersey and ultimately fight for that coveted rainbow jersey.
And it's pretty special, isn't it? That rainbow jersey, it's a slightly different design to the rainbow jersey that we see on the road and on the track, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, you've got that kind of representation of the esports discipline on the rainbow jersey, but the riders will get the chance to ride both on their trainers at home, but also in the virtual space, in MyWhoosh, in the game, in that rainbow jersey for the next 12 months.
That's incredibly special, isn't it? So you're there on MyWhoosh, riding against different competitors, going out for a training ride on it as well, and you're in your rainbow jersey alongside everybody else in that avatar. That's incredible. So tonight, we've got these 43 riders who fought their way through the different rounds to get themselves here to these particular finals. We're here with a massive stage behind us. We've got all the riders in the backdrop. We're just giving you an idea there on screen of what time we're going to have the different races. The Women's Elite Cycling Esports will be at 6 o'clock. The Men's Elite will be at 2000. That's Abu Dhabi time. And the riders have been brought out. We've seen them on stage. They're warming up. We've got a crowd in front of them. let's just bring this back to basics. These riders have fought their way through all of these rounds to get here through the semi-finals, riding in their living rooms, their garages, their kitchens, and whatever else space they might have found. This is a different proposition.
It is. It adds a new dimension, and I think part of what we're going to see tonight is which riders can really handle being out of their normal environment. It's really easy to control everything while you're at home. You have your regular setup. You've got, you know, your nutrition just on the side on a table next to you, and you have that routine. And suddenly you're in this massive live arena. You've got the lights, you've got the noise, you've got the crowd, and you, in a way, you need to be able to harness that adrenaline, but also block out any external pressure.
It's, I can imagine for some of these riders, they've had to almost walk themselves through tonight and how they're going to approach it, because it is so different. If you're just used to getting up on a Sunday morning, riding on their Sunday race clubs and the sort of things they do, and then suddenly you're in front of this big crowd here, that is so different. So I can imagine psychologically this is going to be different for all of the riders that are here.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of these riders will have had the experience last year, and maybe that will give them a bit of an advantage. But I just think that the excitement of being here and the opportunity to be able to represent their country in such an incredible venue will add that extra bit of adrenaline, and some riders really are able to harness that and use it to their advantage.
Well, let's see who does. Now I'm going to bring in another member of our team. She's been busy already. She's of course an Olympian and a world champion, and we welcome here to our panel Katie Bates. Welcome to you.
Such a pleasure to be here. And when I was backstage and the riders were all lining up, I could hear them talking amongst themselves, and almost, Hayley, a few giggles going on. Like, you could tell they were nervous, and they were saying, we're feeling quite nervous, but also just such a positive, wonderful environment. And even between the riders, incredibly supportive.
Yeah, it's so funny actually, because you know, you make friends with these riders. Like, a lot of the riders are friends of mine, but actually the last few days in the hotel is the first time I've actually met them in person. You know, I speak to these girls week in, week out. I race against them, and it's so nice to actually be able to gather as a community, as an esports racing community, and it's a really supportive space as well as being truly like highly competitive. It's also a really nice supportive space.
I've heard actually, I think it was this morning, one of you said to somebody, "Oh, you're real."
That was me. Yes. I mean, I've met a lot of these ladies online, and I've commentated on their racing, and I know what they're capable of. I feel like I know a fair bit about their character, but I haven't met them in person. I have to stop myself from saying, "Oh, you're much taller or shorter than what I imagined." But that's the thing with avatars, right? You don't get that sense. It really is an equaliser in that way.
No, absolutely. It's totally different when you meet them in real life, and they are real people, and they are behind us, and they're warming up. We're only about 28 minutes from the start of this Women's Championship. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the format for tonight. Hayley, what is the format of tonight? How does it work?
Right, so we've got 3 individual races. The first one is the Mountains Verdict, and that's kind of the endurance race, as we would see. So the riders set off as a group 2 minutes ahead of a drone, a chase line, and that chase line will pick riders off one by one, and points are awarded for the amount of time that the riders stay ahead of that chase line. But ultimately it is about the amount of points a rider can accrue by staying away from that chase, and the total distance is 7.5 kilometres if a rider manages to get that far.
Do we expect the riders would reach 7.5 kilometres, or is that unlikely?
It's unlikely, and one thing to mention as well is that the semi-finals, which were held on the 3rd of October, were held on these same 3 courses. So the riders have had that opportunity to actually race each other on these exact courses, and maybe some of them might have refined their strategy based on what happened and how they felt their performances were during that race.
Katie, you rode this course yesterday.
I did.
Straight off flying here to Abu Dhabi. How was it? What did you learn?
If I could use one word, I would say brutal. I think it's a really great format because it's not just about the physicality, especially the Mountain Verdict, it's also about strategy. So you get a point every 5 seconds or 12 points for a minute, But if you are in that top 5 or in that top 10 and you're a sprinter, you want to be looking ahead to save some energy. That's when you're starting to do the mental arithmetic. How much is 12 points really worth? When you consider that in the forward rounds, the segments and the finishes, it's either 20 or 40 points. So that could be a costly minute or two.
When we look at the semi-finals and we look at that particular course and the way that riders rode it, the rider who ultimately won the semi-final, Kate McCarthy, she ended up finishing 5th in that first race. Is that a strategy or was it something else? Will we find that out tonight?
Maybe we'll find that out tonight. And I think, yeah, some of these, we asked these questions on how did this rider approach this race, and only that rider knows, I suppose. But it is going to be a balance between how much energy do you put in for what return. And that's what's going to be interesting about the trio of races, because the riders need to be focusing on their strategy, but they also need to be doing some mental arithmetic kind of during the races and also during the gaps between the races to work out, okay, what's my points gap? What's my opportunity to accrue points? How much energy will I expend, or can I risk expending in order to kind of get the maximum return in points?
Katie, you came from a track background. I liken this kind of format to an omnium on the track, where we have a number of different events. Points is what wins the ultimate prize. When you're riding an omnium on the track, you've got to go through that as well, haven't you? So it's kind of transferable skills in a way.
You do, absolutely. And I think you need to go into it with an if this, then that approach. For every if this could happen, you need a then this is how I will respond. You need to do a lot of that thinking before you actually get on the bike, because, you know, for anybody who's raced, and this doesn't just go for the pros, this is for anybody who's been on a bike, when you are at your limit, you're not thinking as clearly as you can if you sit down and you strategize beforehand. The other thing to consider is they're essentially out there on their own. You know, when you're racing at home, if you're doing Sunday Race Club, you can have somebody sitting with you, coaching you, helping you understand the points, or saying, how do you feel you can do this, you can do that. They don't have any of that. So they have to have pre-thought it. And I do think that the first one, you'll have some riders, and Hayley, you would have experienced this. You feel great, you think you're really good, you get out there and your legs are not working in the same way that you thought. It doesn't mean day over, but it might mean you need to massage how you think you're going to approach the race.
Yeah, I think you've got to have that planning already done. You have to have that strategy, but you also have to be adaptable. You have to be able to respond to what happens on the day, what happens in the race, and you have to be able to try and keep a clear head. And as you said, it's so much easier when you can have your sports director or your partner or your friends or your teammates in your ear. You know, my Sunday Race Club team, we all talk on Discord during monthly finals. We all strategize and discuss with each other, and it's easier to kind of have that discussion, and the riders don't have that. So it's a different scenario, but they have to be adaptable.
It is, and there's one thing that I've noticed, and I noticed this when I was racing. I've noticed it since I've been, you know, stepped back and watching from a commentary position. There's some riders who numbers, forget the numbers. You pin a number on them,
yep,
and they're just a different athlete. They just find something else, and I think that's what in-person brings. Like, this is the most incredible setup, the most sensational stage, and you walk in here and you can't help but feel pretty lifted by it all. But that takes energy. Yeah. That comes at a cost as well. So it's really managing that, managing the excitement and the nerves with just kind of getting on with business.
Absolutely, get on with business. Now, let's just take a little look back on the screen. We can see there the previous winners of this championship. We're in the 5th edition already. The first edition was in 2020, and that was won by Ashley Moorman-Passio, a very well-known road rider, rides for the AG Insurance Soudal team on the road, came out of COVID, rode on virtual racing, virtual platforms all of the time during COVID. I know that because I rode with her every single Sunday, and I got myself fit riding with Ashley every single Sunday, and she came out obsessed by virtual racing and did very well and won the world title. Loes Adegast of the Netherlands was then the winner back-to-back, and Kate McCarthy was the winner last year. So we can see here the mix of different riders that you get, Hayley. Ashley, a great road rider, Loes, a great road rider. Kate has been on the road, and we can see her warming up at the moment. But you've got to be versatile to win this title.
Absolutely. I think these 3 courses, they're going to test a lot of different abilities of these athletes. Another thing that's quite interesting for me is this third race. Obviously, it's called the Sprinter's Paradise, but actually, by the time we get to it, it'll be interesting to see how many true sprinters are maybe feeling a bit of fatigue. And looking at the course, we'll discuss the course in more detail, but it's not as straightforward as you think. People will think Sprinter's Paradise, it's going to be a flat circuit race. But there are these lumps, as you can see in the profile, there are these lumps in it which are really, really hard. And Katie obviously rode it
You
yesterday.
rode it yesterday.
I wrote, look, I would call myself a sprinter if I was to categorise myself. So I thought,
I think you were a very good sprinter in your day, Kate.
So I thought, goodness, this is going to be a little bit of fun. What I can say is the profile is somewhat deceptive because it looks like there's 2 climbs. There's actually kind of 3, right?
You mentioned this last night when you've been riding it.
And so then if you think it's 8 laps, I found myself psychologically in a bit of strife because then I started doing the maths. I was like, 1 times 3, 2 times 3. Oh my gosh, I've got all of these little efforts to make. That can either be a help or a hindrance.
Let's take a look here because the points for the Sprinter's Paradise are on the screen, and points are ultimately what wins this title. So you've got to be clever, haven't you, during this final race?
I mean, the thing to remember though is you can't earn the points if you're not up the front. So yes, there's an element of sprint in this, but somebody with a big diesel engine, that's the kind of rider you are, Hayley.
Yep.
If you want to get points in this, you just go out and hurt them from the very beginning. And the sprinters have to stay, they have to keep up.
They have to hang in there.
That's right.
They?
So
Yes.
sprinters, yes, they do have an opportunity here, but we can see there's so many points to be accrued in this final race. I don't think we will know a clear winner at the end of 2. I don't think we'll be able to say, oh, this is looking pretty clear, because the third stage just offers so much opportunity.
Yeah, you can come back, can't you, in that third race? You can see where the possibilities are to be up the front, score points consistently.
I think the other thing with the third race is actually the timing of the sprint is pretty crucial. And obviously with 8 laps, the riders will get a chance to refine their timing perhaps. And obviously they will have ridden it in the semi-finals as well. And that will have taught them quite a lot about how to ride the course. But using the profile of the course, timing when they're going to be in a certain, or when they would like to be, obviously saying one thing and doing it are two totally different things. But planning when they want to be in a certain place and where they're going to use their effort is going to be really crucial.
A really interesting thing that they have in this platform that you don't have in real life is you can see who's behind you and how far behind you they are.
Yes.
So if you're considering, if you consider a points race on the track, you don't know who's behind you. So if you're going for the 5 points, they may be getting the 3, and you've kind of got to do their maths as well as your own. But here, it gives a little bit more transparency in that regard. I think that mixes it up a little bit too, because
Absolutely.
you can be then intimidating from behind.
Yes.
Yeah. You can't drop me. I'm right here.
I'm still here. So we've gone from stage 1 to stage 3. Let's look at the stage in the middle. And Hayley, talk us through stage 2.
So I guess it's that kind of transitional stage. It's called the Puncher's Playground, and what we see is 5 opportunities to score points. 2 of them are categorised as sprint points, 2 are categorised as Queen or King of the Mountains points, and then you've got the finish line itself, and all are worth equal amount of points. So really it's going to be a case of riders thinking, where are my strengths? Can I fight for a sprint in a bunch to get some points? Do I want to try and attack, get away? And really using their own physiology to their advantage in terms of how they accrue the most points in this race.
When you rode this course yesterday, Katie, did you notice anything that was not quite how the profile feels? Was there anything different that the riders need to be a little bit aware of?
Well, I was able to have a little bit of fun with it because there was, nothing on the line. So what I was playing with is because there's enough lumps, getting a little bit of recovery over the top, and then really accelerating before you hit the bottom, which gave you then a huge bit of momentum to get up the other side. And I tried doing it with and without, and I found that really made a very big difference to being able to maintain watts and also give myself some segments of acceleration rather than just a 12-kilometre effort. But I'll note that it's named the Puncher's Playground. It's a term, a puncher, for an all-around rider who's not a sprinter, not a climber, can do it all. But at the end of it, I was like, they've named it because it feels like you've been punched.
Really?
At the end of it, like the final kilometre climb, it's a 9.8% average for that last climb.
That's punchy.
That's punchy.
Yeah.
I feel like I've been punched after most Sunday race clubs, to be honest. It's a weekly occurrence.
When we look at these courses and we look at the profiles and we run through them and we get the fly-throughs here, there's the element of the course, but how important is it to understand the game?
Oh, it's a completely different skill set. We see some top road riders coming onto these virtual racing platforms and not doing as well as you might expect given the profile of that rider. And there really is a skill in refining your technique. And just talking about the timing of the sprints for both races 2 and 3.
We've got the points on stage 2 there.
Yeah, so just, being able to have that experience of knowing how your avatar responds to certain actions, what you learnt yesterday in terms of using the momentum on some of the downhills to really carry speed into the next rise. That comes from practicing on the platform.
So here's something I was thinking about when riding it. If it were me, I'd survive through the first one as much as you can without tipping over too much. In this second one, I would race for 6K. And I would try and rip everybody's legs off in that first half, get as many points as I can, and then essentially tap out for the end and save my energy for the last. Because the way the points are set up, you can accrue, if you only participated in the top 5 in the first 3 segments, you can accrue enough points rather than just meandering in at 12th on each one. And, I hope that we see some kind of courageous rides like that, because you could not do that in a real road race.
No,
you cannot do that outside the virtual world. And how much fun can you have with that?
Yeah, so actually what's really interesting is this is a points-based trio of races. So actually, as you just said, in that second race, it doesn't matter if you tap out after 6K and finish a couple of minutes back, because it's not like a general classification in a road stage race where the time matters. It's the points. So it's really using your energy smartly and working out where you, based on your own physiology, can accrue points.
Well, I think the really interesting part is it's quite counterintuitive as an athlete to actively tap out of a world championship race.
Yeah.
Like you need to almost give yourself a pep talk and remind yourself this is part of the strategy, you've got to trust the process.
Go through the process.
Exactly. Do the maths before, figure it out, have a little bit of faith in it.
Let's see whether anyone listens to you as to whether that is a tactic. Well, I'm looking around to see whether anyone is going to actually do that. As we look down here on the riders as they warm up, the preparations are going on. They've got about just under 14 minutes until we kick off and they start pedaling. And I have to say, for me, when I was watching the courses yesterday, the elimination race at the beginning for me is the best part of this championship initially, because it's so exciting. You've got this red line that's basically chasing you up the mountain, and then when you're eliminated, everything goes red and you're out.
It's very dramatic.
It's great,
it's
isn't
very
it?
dramatic. It's also an interesting thing because that's really great for the viewers. I love it.
Yes.
But the riders, they don't need to care at all about the line. They need to care about the other riders. Because if everybody else is eliminated earlier than them, who cares where the line is? It's something that you only think about sort of in the back end of it, or if you're in a group and the line's coming, is there a last-ditch effort you can kind of make?
Yeah.
That's a pretty brutal way to start the first one.
It is, and I love it. I think it's fantastic. Hayley, what does it take? What does it take to win this World Championship?
You have to be an all-round rider. You do have to be smart, you have to be tactical, you have to be adaptable to what actually happens in the races. Everything we've said, you have to have a plan going in, but you also have to be able to change it based on what happens on the night. So it's going to be a real test of ability. And I think the 3 races that have been designed are really going to ensure that the best esports rider tonight is crowned the world champion.
And winning a world title is incredible, isn't it? You've done it. You've worn the rainbow jersey. What does that... Can you still sense that moment?
I can, absolutely. Yeah. And I said backstage when we were waiting to introduce the riders, I said to Matthew Smithson, who's the director of Esports at MyWhoosh, I said to him, you know, congratulations, because being part of a world championship is something amazing. You can't win one if somebody doesn't do the work to put it on.
Yes.
But there is a real gravitas. Nobody can take it away from you. You know, once you've won a rainbow jersey, that is yours, and that is yours forever. And it's something that I've actually learned a lot more since I've had children, because now my girls are looking at my jerseys and looking at my medals, and they're asking questions, and you kind of get to relive it. But it's just such a wonderful thing to be able to say at one moment in time you were the very best in the world at something, and everybody here has a chance. So it's an amazing thing to say that you were the very best, but it's also an amazing thing to say you were in the hunt to be the very best.
Yeah.
You know, it is such an elite club we have on the stage behind us.
It is, when you think about it. If you look at the semi-final, we had 123 riders. Before that, we had another big group of riders who got funneled down to that 123. And now we've got our representation here at the final. So you've had to fight your way through.
But do you know what I really, really love about the way that MyWhoosh has set up this World Championships as that entire process? Anyone gets that opportunity. You could decide next year that you want to do the open qualifiers and try and be on this stage next year. Anyone, you could.
You never know.
Well,
I don't think it'll happen, Hayley, but we'll see.
but you know, anybody who has a bike, a turbo trainer, a heart rate monitor, could be there next year. And that is an incredible opportunity and not something that we see in other disciplines.
No, you're absolutely right. So if you're out there and you are inspired by tonight, why not? Hayley is absolutely right. This is a platform where you can find yourself elevated to being here in Abu Dhabi in a year's time. Why not? There may be one person sitting watching this evening who thinks, do you know what? I used to be a rower, I'm a triathlete, I like riding my bike, and I'm going to give it a go.
And that's really interesting. Often when we're looking at athletes on the track and road in particular who've come from other sports, the term that we refer to them in the first instance is lungs on bikes. You know, like they are athletes and they are incredible, but they're still learning the skill of bike riding. It's a shorter path to learn the skill of esports than it is to try and be in the World Tour on the road or the World Championships on the track. And so I do think that we get this incredibly diverse and skillful group of athletes who come together in a way that they wouldn't otherwise. And so it is really big opportunity. And you will notice when they're racing that the riders who've done track, they pedal faster. I was pedaling yesterday about 20 revs per minute faster than anybody else around me because I'm just used to sitting around 100 and from spinning. The track and spinning. Yeah. You can see the road riders, they still tend to pedal fairly quickly, but not as quickly as the track. And then the athletes who've come from other sports onto an esports bike, they've got really low cadence and big gears, and they just churn out the really big power. You put them all together, there's not one that's superior over the other, but they are certainly different techniques and styles. And we'll notice that in both the women's and the men's, of course, with Jason Osborne. He's the perfect example of someone who, like, cadence, who cares about cadence for him? He's just like bigger gear, more watts, get it out there.
Yeah. Let's start to talk then about the riders that we're going to see, because we are in the last 10 minutes before we get this World Championship underway. The rider who won the semi-final is a New Zealander, Kate McCarthy. She is a tremendous bike rider. We can see her on screen now as she just warms up, gets herself ready. I read a really interesting interview with her this morning when I was just going through those last minutes of preparation. And she said, when you ride on the road, and she has ridden on the road, she rode for one of the pro teams, went back to New Zealand. She said, when you look at a road race, you ride alongside your opponents. and you can see what they're doing, but you have no idea how good their legs are, their power is, or anything like that. Esports is different. You look on the screen, you see the data of all your competitors, you know what they're doing and how they're performing. So you have to learn the game, and you have to do it really well, and she's very, very good at it. So let's take a little look at a video about last year's champion and the defending champion and the rider who won the semi-finals, and find out just a little bit more about her, and then we'll talk about some of the other riders.
So I got into cycling when I was 24. Yeah, and I think you just have to give it a go and not be scared to give it a go. Yeah, I started out on the road, racing in the lowest grades and just slowly building my way up. And yeah, then obviously with what I found with MyWhoosh, I got very lucky in the timings of everything in my life at the time, and just got to be open to the opportunities that come up when they do. Yeah, training's been going really good. I quite a few hours on the turbo, more so than doing anything outside. But yeah, it's been about sort of making sure I peak at the right time, and that's been the balancing act, because the last thing you want to do is bring out your best performances 2 weeks prior to the actual race. So I'm a bit of a nerd when it comes to the numbers. I deep dive into numbers, and I'm also just super competitive. I like to strive for the win, yeah. I hope that what I'm doing encourages others to get into it. I want to see young girls get into the sport and give it a go, and older girls, because I think the opportunities are there. I mean, I'm 30, there's girls here that are far older than me that are at a world championship, so I think just showing that, yeah, showing people that you don't have to be in it since you were 9 years old to succeed in it, yeah, as well.
Kate McCarthy, the defending champion, can she defend her title here tonight? So Hayley, what do you think of her chances?
I think they're really good. It's interesting to hear her say about timing her peaking, and I think that you know, we look back at the semi-finals, which were on the 3rd of October, and that time gap between then and now. It'll be interesting to see maybe some changes in other performances within the field based on where people were within that kind of peaking at the semi-finals and where they are now, which ultimately is when they want to be at their very best.
5 minutes until the racing starts. Katie, let's talk about some of the other riders then. The start list of the riders we can see. The second place rider in the semi-finals was Gabriela Guerra, and then third was Francesca Tomasi. Through the rest of the field, from the two of you's perspective, Katie first, are there other riders we really think are going to challenge here tonight?
I'm really interested to see how our Chinese rider Chao Ha can perform. Now, she's the Chinese road champion. She's relatively new to esports. She's young. She is developing at a rapid rate of knots and incredibly tenacious. I think we won't just see a great performance from her here tonight. I think she's a very big name for the future of esports.
That's one to watch out for then. Hayley, for you, who else should we watch out for during this first race?
I think you've also got riders, for example, like Mika Soderstrom, who's the Swedish national road champion for the second time actually this year, who's incredibly experienced in esports. Maybe people have put her down as a sprinter previously. That's definitely her strength. She's got a really strong sprint, but also she's just an incredibly strong rider. And so if she can limit her losses, sounds a bit unfair, but if she plays race one very, very well, then she's got great opportunities to score points in the second and third races and kind of move herself up that leaderboard.
So those are riders that we will certainly watch out for. What about Guerra and Tomasi? The two riders finished second and third.
Well, I know that Gabby Guerra is here to stand on the top of the podium. So in her mind, she has come here with a winner's mindset and done the work to do it. I think that at the end of the day, you can't control every single thing about the race environment, but she does an incredible job of doing, as we spoke about before, the work before, the research, the scenario planning. So I think that she will be in a very strong position. And Tomasi as well. I mean, Hayley, the more you race, the more experienced you are, the easier it is to be calm and collected if things don't go exactly as you want. And Tomasi's a rider who is just gaining more and more experience and is quite calm in the way she approaches it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, as I kind of alluded to before, the experience of maybe having been here last year. So for Gabi Guerra, she raced last year, she won a medal last year, and having that experience of racing in this live environment, maybe that's going to put her in even better stead this year. It's like people talk about with major championship races. Potentially the first major championship you go to, you're not going to perform to your expected standard because it's just a completely different scenario that you're not used to. So now coming back for a second year, that changes the game a little bit.
Well, we're getting very close now. The riders, I can see, are just coming to the end of that warm-up. They've got the engines going, they've got themselves warmed up, they've got the focus. Everything is ready for this World Championship. The time has come. Let's hand over now to Matt Payne and Emma Martin. This is the World Championship for women.
Thank you very much, Anthony, Hayley and Katie. Some really interesting points in there. And here in the commentary box, we've been really thinking a little bit about the very similar thoughts about who's going to be up there, who's going to be in the mix, particularly with these three very different stages. And Emma, I know you've done a real deep dive into these riders. We get to talk about them week on week on the Sunday Race Club. Is there anybody particularly that you would throw in the mix as a wild card straight away?
Well, I think for me, there's a couple of riders in there as well. Keep your eye on Merle Bruni, keep your eye on Tomasi, and keep your eye on Camilla Ahlberg as well. And this first stage for me, Ahlberg could go really strongly. The mountains verdict, we are indeed 24 minutes maximum. The climb gets steeper. That chase line is behind them at 2 minutes. It won't stay at 2 minutes for very long because this first stage, well, it is going to be a great start to the World Championships.
It certainly is. Now, having watched the riders in those semi-finals, there were a lot of take-home points from that. And one of the things for me was that we can't just judge what riders are going to do now based on what they've done in the semi-finals. I think there's going to be a real difference in that. The riders now heading into those last 30 seconds or so before the race start. You can see the faces of the riders. This is the moment. There are no more rehearsals. There's no more practice. There's no more training. This is the World Championships. This is going to be stage one. This is going to be a real blast.
It is indeed, and for the eagle-eyed amongst you, there's 5 riders from the USA and 5 riders from Sweden on that stage. Expect teamwork as well. This may be esports, but it still happens.
It does. And we are away here in Abu Dhabi at the World Championships, the Cycling Esports World Championships for 2025, powered by MyWhoosh. As you can see, each of our riders represented by an avatar as they go out from this start. And tactically, this is going to be so critical. As you can see, every one of our riders at the moment just sort of fighting for position, making sure that they are in the right place where they want to be, but still trying to follow whatever pre-planned strategy they have. And tactics here are going to be so critical. A plan about where to expend energy versus the points that you get.
Well, tactics are going to be key, and we've got Kate McCarthy, the defending world champion, on our screen at the moment, and the data that McCarthy was talking about earlier right there on your screen for you to see. Our riders and racers can see exactly that data that you are seeing by and through the broadcast. Well, the pack wide across the road at the moment as the riders go out of the pen. Steady state start for the group. Nobody going off the front. They don't need to at the moment. A considered start.
A considered start, and this is almost playing into that. They're racing each other and what points advantage somebody may get at this stage, which is still relatively flat. We can see that the gradient's still only just rolling along. We've not reached the actual climb part of the stage yet. And it's about where they are relative to each other. The drone behind will be on its way after 2 minutes, and at that point, then that's where we're going to maybe start to see a little bit of a change in tactics. Just seeing a little bit of a move on the front though now. Just starting to see the Swedish team maybe just send one rider up the road.
I think they noticed that Kate McCarthy was right at the back of the pack with Kulczynski, Velt, Hermansson and Field. Gallegos in the mix as well, but it is indeed the Swedish jersey on the front at the moment. And well, there's no surprise for me who's up there, because it is Johanna Tidholm Storm, who stuck the nose of that bike out into the wind first.
So Joanna Tidhold, a regular rider on Cycling Esports, a rider that we know is going to be up there. And is this a team tactics going into play as the riders now know that they are being chased?
Well, they are indeed. The chase line is away, and the riders at the moment are leading the line, a merry chase rather than the other way round. But McCarthy, Ulberg, Koinston, Gallegos, Kiddle, all in that group as they head over the bridge.
So at the moment, right at the front of the race, it's Joanna Tidhold with Merle Bruni, the rider just in the white there from Germany, just moving up onto the shoulders, keeping position near the front of this group.
And Bruni, one of those interesting riders, she's a wild card into this women's race today because she was at the Ironman World Championships in Hawaii when the semi-finals took part.
Now, just interesting moves coming from Mary Kate McCarthy. Kate McCarthy, the world champion, the defending world champion, coming here looking to take away a double title, take it 2 in a row, and you can just see McCarthy at the moment now just starting to wind up here, 280 plus watts at the moment, revving at around that 69 to about 71 revs per minute. We'll see a gear change at some point soon because the gradient is kicking in. We've now hit nearly 3%. In fact, it just goes over 3% as we say that. So the gradient getting steeper and steeper as we go. If you remember that course profile at the start of the racing, and as we can see, that chase line is on its way. Still 1,300 metres behind the riders, though.
Yes, and whilst it might be 3.4% at the moment, the gradient is going to get steeper. At 4 kilometres into this course, it's going to be nearly 9%. At 5 kilometres, it's going to be over 13%. And the riders are really going to start to notice that ramp.
And as the riders go through on this climb, they know that every second counts. It is points per second, quite literally, as you go through. So really, really critical here to stay out for as long as you can. Now, one of the tactics that may come into play here, if you get a big gap here, everybody else is going to be playing catch-up. And we know that the dominance of McCarthy in things like the Sunday Race Club, because she's such an all-round cycling esports rider, she has got potentially the ability to really, really dominate this stage, but then continue onwards in stages 2 and 3 with still lots left in the tank.
Well, I think there's a number of riders on the stage tonight who could do exactly the same thing. They are real strong all-rounders. McCarthy may be one of them. Ulberg, for me, is another. Guerra is a third. Tomasi as well rides really strongly. And Soderstrom, I think, is going to get stronger and stronger and stronger as these 3 stages progress. The fact that we've got the 3 stages and each has something slightly different physiologically really does mean we are going to be in for an exciting World Championships.
So in terms of riders who are physiologically suited to this sort of climb, who are great climbers, who would you pick out here that this is their stage, this is where they can get their big point score?
Well, for me, the ones to watch today really in this stage 1, McCarthy, Guerra, Ulberg, Tomasi, Kristen Kulczynski from the USA. She's been out on the hill climb scene out in the States and setting personal bests and course records all over the place in 2025. The other rider from the USA I would watch for on stage 1 is Nicole Mayer.
Okay. Any particular reason?
Well, I think that she's really quite strong, and this for me is probably her strongest stage. If we look at the semi-finals, she finished 6th on this stage in the semis, and it really was her best then. Now, that was on the 3rd of October. Now, I know that all of these women on this stage today have put in a huge amount of work between the semis and the finals, and we could well see a few surprises.
And we saw a lot of that training taking place on MyWhoosh in the racing, on the Sunday Race Club and some of the other racing leagues that are on there as well. With the riders using that both to race and to be able to go out and compete week in, week out for those huge prize pots on the Sunday Race Club, but also then get the training in at the same time, and that is really, really critical. To be able to almost to multitask when you're racing in the run-up, but now it's one focus. It's a rainbow jersey at the end here. And is that going to be weighing, do you think, on these riders? You know these riders really well. We get to talk about them. I know which riders I think have got that sort of that personality where they're going to be having that jersey in the back of their mind all the way through the competition.
Some of these riders are going to absolutely revel in being on that stage. Others, for them, it's probably not so much as their comfort zone, but every single one of them knows exactly what they're doing. They've got a plan, they've got a target, and the job now is to execute.
Well, at the moment, Francesca Tomasi, one of my real big favourite picks for this stage, who I think has really set a foundation for a challenge later on in the race in stages 2 and in stage 3, looking very, very smooth. She looked super focused at the start in warm-up, and we saw those great pictures coming into us of that warm-up, of that period where the riders really had to get in there.
Yeah, she is indeed. But at the moment, Tomasi right on the front of the group. McCarthy now coming to the fore. Tidholm still in the mix with Guerra as well. So is Velt, the German rider. And in fact, Kate McCarthy now taking a look at the power going down through those pedals, because she has just started to kick above 6 watts per kilo. Tomasi responds with a big dig not to lose the wheel. Now we are about to start to see at the 7 minutes into this race. This is where the race is going to start to get exciting, because the front of the pack are now starting to move. They've been content to be one big group for some time.
They have. It was one big group. There was nobody really instigating a move. There was no trigger. And this now is where we get to see who responds. McCarthy goes to the front. Who is responding? Who is the first to chase? Tomasi quickly on the wheels. Alba, Guerra, Bruni right up there. Kolczynski are moving as well. This is going to be critical. Where do you go? Do you stay in the front of the group? Do you put that effort in? How long can you hang with riders like McCarthy? Tomasi has just such great climbers. I mean, Guerra had a fantastic semi-finals on this stage. She's right in the mix as well, and we're now starting to see the gaps really stretch out. And riders at the back, they're going to be starting to think about that chase line.
They are. Guerra was out for 17 minutes in the semi-finals to take the win on stage 1. It's going to be really interesting to see whether she can repeat that performance today. And I think she's going to be right in the mix at the end here. But for those of you viewing, take a look. The number, well, 682 metres, for example, underneath the flag and nation of the rider on your screen. In green, that's how far the chase line is away.
At the moment, the rider closest to our elimination, that drone with that Martian red beam zapping down and freezing our riders. Well, the nearest rider to that is the rider from Sweden. It's Anna Svarström, and Svarström at the moment has the chase line about 500 metres behind her. And Anna Svarström, a real inspirational rider.
Yeah, she is, absolutely. And she used to one of the tandem pilots for a para-athlete, and they walked away with bronze medals at the Paralympics. So she's got some serious form, and she's a phenomenal rider, now racing at the World Championships in her own right.
So you can see all of our riders down in person on your screens at the moment. Svarström at the back of the race field. The front of the race field is McCarthy. And the chase line to Svarström now under 500 metres, 450 metres and counting as we go on to this climb, as we start to see the group at the front start to split again. And we now have our key protagonists on stage 1. Kate McCarthy, Gabby Guerra, Francesca Tomasi and Camilla Alberg have opened up what is a little bit of a gap here, and that is going to be telling as we continue to push on up the climb. McCarthy, though, the defending champion, setting the pace.
She is indeed. The group behind Holdcroft, Kolczynski, Bruni, Meyer, all close together still, but now it's 4 riders starting to go clear.
Now let's give you some context in this in terms of points. At the moment, there's 124 points on the clock for everybody who's stayed clear so far. Remember, when that drone line, when that drone hits the rider, they freeze. Their points total is frozen at that stage. Any riders continuing onwards will continue to amass points in this competition, and that's really, really critical. In the qualification, 201 points was the total for Gabby Guerra. So she made it up to the top. Svarström took away what was 153 points in that competition in stage 1 of the semi-finals. At the moment, on a good ride here, because the points total 132 at the moment as they make their way up. So she's amassing points. Will she get over that 153? It's going to be close. 250 metres now for the the chase behind her. You can just make out the drone coming. If you look at the race screen rather than the rider, you can see that the top right-hand side has got that satellite navigation view. It's like a radar, and coming up on the radar, coming up behind, it's that drone, it's that red line that will mark out our riders as being eliminated.
Well, the gradient's at 12% at the moment, and you can start to see the faces of our racers and the pain etched across some of those as they're continuing to stay ahead of that chase line today. McCarthy's looking like she's digging again, and Guerra is sticking like glue to the wheel. Tomasi and Olberg still in the mix. Holdcroft, Bruni, Kulczynski, Zhang, Meyer, Snova and Velt, they're the riders you can see behind, but McCarthy now digs again. She digs big. She's over 7 watts per kilo now on the climb. Guerra responds. These two, I think there's going to be a huge battle for this rainbow jersey today.
So McCarthy at the moment, it's only about a second separating her from Gabi Guerra. Further back, about 6 seconds back, is Alberg. It looks about 7 to Tomasi. These riders about 20 seconds clear of the rest of the chasers that are coming, the leading chasers behind. And with every second equaling points, this is going to be critical as we go through what lead are these riders going to take at the front of the race as they go onwards. You can see McCarthy front of the race field on your screens at the moment, looking at compost. Anna Svarström now really battling to stay clear, and here comes the chase line. The drone is on its way, that red beam that signals the first to freeze, the first rider to be eliminated on the way up. What a fantastic result, some great points in the bank here. It's going to be over 150 points for Anna Svarström, who's kicking and staying clear. She's keeping clear. Here it comes. It's going to be elimination for our first rider.
Well, Anna Svarström 6 back down and is the first rider eliminated from stage 1 today. That chase line coming in quickly, but a brilliant job done from Svarström, the first rider to be eliminated. But McCarthy, if we switch to the other end of the race, is now starting to pull clear and pull clear strongly.
So at the moment, McCarthy opening up the gap on Guerra. It's about 8 seconds separating the two riders at the moment, and that is going to be an increased points gap coming through. McCarthy looking at the moment to go clear. Said at the start of the stage, there is the potential for McCarthy to go hard very, very quickly as she continues to push onwards at the front. We're just taking a look back. We're going to see rider after rider going now, and the beam comes up close.
Yeah, Tilly Field was the second rider taken out. We're in with Brigitte Falensky at the moment. She is battling to stay clear. Mina Koisonen, Kelsey J. Van Shaw are the riders out now. Aliska Lagos as well. Looks like she's been caught. The drone, the chase line, it is sweeping up riders from the back of the field fast at the moment.
So the points as far as from 158, 163 for Phil Koisonen, 169. But at the moment, the riders being eliminated around that 173 points for Tidholm, 174 for Hermansen. As this time ticks by, the points are being amassed, and each and every time these riders are eliminated, it's stopping the clock. Jacqueline Gubby, 176 points, but at the front of the race, McCarthy's gap now is opened up to nearly a quarter of a minute. It's 15 seconds separating, and that is adding to that points total.
Well, it is indeed, but let's just remember those riders who are eliminated have a longer recovery period between stages than the riders still out at the moment, so it's a very fine line between getting the points that you want on stage 1 versus getting the recovery you need.
It's not just points garnered versus energy expended, it's points garnered versus energy expended versus recovery time based on going into stages 2 and then stage 3. Get eliminated early, you've got more time to recover. Get that lactic acid out of your legs and get back on and racing. And we can see these gaps really opening as we move on. We've got 6 riders left.
Yes, Kristen Kulczynski, the national champion of the USA, is the next rider to have been eliminated here. Bruni and Holdcroft are the 2 riders battling now against the line. They are trying to stay clear.
They're trying to stay clear. What can they do here? So Bruni and Holdcroft, the next two riders in the firing line for our drone. Then to Massey with Alberg. That was good pick by Emma there at the start of the stage as being one to watch up here. So it's Holdcroft and Bruni just getting taken out of the race. Eliminated here to Massey. Is a push in. Your big sprint coming here from Bruni. Bruni's actually going to go over the top of Tomasi. I think here they're going to be very similar in terms of points, but that drone inexorably clawing its way back. We are going to come down to our last riders here as they're on to the climb. McCarthy leading from Guerra, from Alberg at the moment. 3 riders left.
3 riders left. Kate McCarthy, defending champion. Gabby Guerra took silver last year. And Camilla Alberg, the rider from Sweden, she's been getting stronger and stronger and stronger over the last 6 months of racing. It's been an absolute pleasure watching her, and she really is doing the business today. But McCarthy and Guerra, the 2 riders on your screen, well, they're the 2 riders left on stage 1.
So to give you some idea of the points here, Bruni eliminated with 198 points. Guerra, the points are ticking here. Alberg took 202 points. Here comes Gabby Guerra. The chase line is on Gabby. You can see her out of the saddle here, just making sure she gets every single point that she can from this stage. And it's going to leave us 1 rider left. And now it's decision time for McCarthy. How much does the defending champion push to stay clear? How much points? And this is that mental calculation that the team by the side of the stage was talking about, and we heard Katie talking about. It is that calculation about making sure you getting points are worth it versus that expenditure of energy, and how deep do you go. This is an incredible ride by McCarthy. She's setting out a stall. Nearest rider to her is 207 points, with Gabby Guerra being the penultimate rider to be eliminated.
Well, she sits, she rests, she gets back up, she continues to dance on the pedals at the moment. She's extending her lead here, and the drone is coming. You can see that red line right behind her. The question for me is, how far will Kate McCarthy go? How deep will she go? For me, she's a really considered, thoughtful rider. She'll know exactly what she's doing. She'll have practiced this. She will know how far she can go. And the question is, does the moment overcome her? And does she go for those additional points?
Not a chance. This is one rider who's called as a cucumber. A police officer by profession, moving into cycling esports and looking incredibly strong here. They've got a great background, strong in multiple disciplines, but at the moment here on the Cycling Esports World Championships, it's Kate McCarthy still staying clear of the line. We've gone over the 18.5 minute marker. We're coming up to 19 minutes at the moment. That's 228 points coming up here. You can see it on the top of the left-hand side of your screen. That chase line at 24 metres and closing. And these are the moments. And McCarthy just wipes a bead of sweat there from her brow as she continues to push. How many points can she put in the bag? She's got over 230 points now. It's down to 20 metres. This is going to be the stage 1 finale. 1 rider left. It's rider versus chase line versus the climb against everything that is due to come. And you can see the beam making its way towards the back wheel here. Kate McCarthy, the last rider to be eliminated. The maximum points taken on the stage here today. The applause from the spectators rings out as well as the riders behind on stage. McCarthy coming over the line. Emma, I make that a huge points gap.
It is a huge points gap. So Kate McCarthy coming in with 235 points. It will come up on the screen very, very shortly. Gabby Guerra, 207.
Alberg coming in third at 205 points, 202 points. There's going to be a lot to talk about. I think it's time that we head over to Anthony, to Hayley and to Katie.
Thank you very much, Matt. Thank you, Emma. What a race. That was breathtaking. We really enjoyed watching that, didn't we, Katie? What a performance by Kate McCarthy.
It was brutal. Early on, I was really fixated on their heart rates because there was quite a variability, even when the group was together and they raced fairly conservatively until it really started going uphill in earnest. But even at that pace, the heart rates were very different, and you could already see who was just sitting cruising and who was already under a little bit of pressure. I think it is really interesting, Hayley, to watch the metrics, because you're watching them race as well, but just watching the metrics gives you a good idea of maybe what's to come.
It does. Hayley, you noticed the heart rates as well, because we're lucky we've got all of this data, and you said to me right at the beginning, wow, look at Kate McCarthy, the way she's riding right now, and the way her heart rate is lower significantly than everyone else. Why do you think that was?
So if we look at the profile of the stage, of that climb, you actually have that flat section at the bottom, and what that allows you to do is, if you're experienced in the game, you can sit in the group and utilize the draft a little bit. If you're at the front, you obviously don't have that draft and you have to push more power in order to keep that position. If you hide a little bit, you can actually ride your way into it, keep your heart rate low, and that gives you that extra capacity when you need it, when it gets hard and when the gradient starts increasing.
One thing that we noticed, in addition to those heart rates, was the techniques that the different riders are using in order to ride. I thought that everyone would be sitting in the saddle, riding a bike as normal, but that is not the case here.
I know, it was quite funny because obviously we were talking a little bit about it yesterday, and I said to you that I was shocked when I first saw some of these really, really top riders riding in person. Just the fact that they literally only sit on the saddle to pick up a gel, have the gel, and then they're out again. And the stark contrast to kind of my riding style, where I'm in the seat the entire time, it's incredible. It's a completely different technique, and it was funny kind of almost watching your reaction to seeing it in person.
Well, it is so different. Katie, we're looking here at the highlights, and I just wanted to pick up on Anna Svardström. What an inspiration she is. Okay, first rider eliminated, but to be here and pick it up on what Hayley said, if you're at home and you're thinking, I'd like to ride a world championship, she is an inspiration for you.
Yeah, she really battled so hard as well, because it looked as though the drone was going to catch her for a number of minutes. It seemed like it was just behind her, but she was doing a really good job of tempering her effort to stay in front of it for as long as she could without, blowing up too much and costing at other points. Because remembering that in this event, it's how long you're out there is what you're accruing the points for, whereas the others, it's about those moments in time. But there did come a point, and that's when it went over 8%, and then you lose the draft effect, and that's when it really got interesting. Gaps started to open up very quickly, and Mary-Kate McCarthy, it was almost like she was playing with them a little bit at that point. She would accelerate, back off, and each time she would accelerate, fewer would be able to go with her.
Let's take a look at the point standings then. After stage number 1, Kate McCarthy, 235 points. She's ahead of Gabriela Guerra, who's on 207. Then a very close gap down to Camila Alberg, then Marla Brunet in 4th. Tomasi, who was 3rd overall in the semi-final, down in 5th place. But the gap between 2nd, even if we go down to 6th place right now, Hayley, is not significant, but it's a significant margin for McCarthy at the top.
It is, but then if we look at the amount of points that are available in the next stages, it is still all to play for. I mean, particularly for those other podium positions, because as you mentioned, there's such a tight grouping of points. I was really impressed, not surprised, but still impressed with Merla Brunner's ride to finish 4th there. We didn't see her at the semi-finals because, as Matt and Emma mentioned, she was at Kona for the Ironman Championships, World Championships. But she's a full-time doctor, she's a duathlon world champion, she's a pro triathlete, and esports is actually almost her 3rd sport. And she's incredible. She races so well every weekend, and then we've just seen her in 4th position, really battling for those podium spots in that kind of close grouping of points after this first race.
Katie, we saw in the semi-final that McCarthy finished in 5th place in the first race. Today, she dominated that race. She did what you said, went out full power, got everybody behind her, and that was it. Game over, rode away and secured a huge number of points. But now we've got to think about recovery over 3 races.
I don't know if you caught the smile on her face
yes.
Toward the end. I think she was feeling confident, and There was one point just before she was eliminated where she actually sort of stopped pedalling, took a little bit of a break, sat down, realised, I could get a few more points here, and kind of kept pedalling. And I think that she's so controlled in her effort, and she's clearly feeling very good. It's a bit of a psychological game for her competitors now to remind themselves they're still in the game. This is not over by any stretch of the imagination, but certainly I think Kate has come here prepared, and she's come here with the confidence, and that is something, once you know that you can be the best in the world, it does come with a kind of self-confidence that you don't have until that point.
No, absolutely.
It is a bit of a superpower. I'll say that.
It is a superpower. You're absolutely right. Let's take a look at the course for stage 2 as we see McCarthy just taking some nutrition on board, getting it inside as quickly as possible, and that is a critical moment. Hayley, talk us through stage 2 again, just to remind us what's coming up now.
So we've got a 12-kilometre course. The total elevation is pretty much 300 metres, but it's split into these 2 climbing segments, which are opportunities 2 and 4 to score points. So you've got a sprint first, then you've got a climbing segment, you've got another sprint, you've got the final climb, and then points at the line. And all 5 of those opportunities are worth a maximum of 20 points to the first rider across the line. Ultimately, again, it's about the amount of points you score. So we might see riders attack on that final climb and try and get a gap, but actually it doesn't matter how big their gap is, it just matters what position they cross each of the point scoring lines.
You've got to ride near the front then, you've got to be in it to win it, you've got to get these points on the board as much as possible. Just talking about this gap between the racing, we've got about 2 minutes until the riders start racing again. We just saw the nutrition being taken on board. Give us an insight. What will the riders be eating, drinking during this race? Because it's such an intense effort.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be gels and carb mix in the bottles. You can't really take on anything solid in that amount of time. So it's going to be high carbohydrate, and they're going to have a strategy for when they want to take on that nutrition based on the intensity of the efforts and when the races are timed.
Excellent. Well, we're looking forward then. Puncher's Playground is where we are heading now, and the riders are set for race number 2 with the rider who's in the virtual World Championship jersey right now, Kate McCarthy. Let's go back to Matt and Emma. Over to you. Let's see what happens in race 2.
Thank you very, very much. Some really interesting points in there, Emma. And I think for me, when we look into stage 2 and we're looking at framing that, we've got to look at Kate McCarthy versus the rest. At the moment, she's got a huge gap, 28 points.
Yeah, she has. And in fact, the gap from 2nd to 6th is only 14 points, half of the gap that Kate McCarthy has between 1st and 2nd. But expect things to change because we're going into stage 2 now. And well, this is going to be a little bit different.
A lot different?
Yeah, we can go with that.
Good. Let's go with that. I think it's really very different. I think it is a puncher's course. For me, it's looking at trigger points, it's looking at momentum, it's looking at how you ride this course, where you ride hard, where you take it slightly easier, get that recovery in. I think all those places on the course will be dialed into the riders that have ridden this so many times on the run-in.
And I think we're going to see different tactics play out here. We've got riders here who are going to want to go out hard for that first sprint section at the 2.6 kilometre marker. They're going to want big points on the board at the start here. We've got other riders who may well be looking at a breakaway at some point during this stage as part and parcel of their tactics, and to sweep up those first across the line points as they go through those checkpoints.
So the riders are going to head out onto stage 2 here in Abu Dhabi. It is the 2025 UCI Cycling Esports World Championships. That first checkpoint comes in, and we just refresh everybody's memories about those points allocations.
Yeah, so 2 sprints, 2 climbs, 1 finish line, 40 points available at each of those 5 checkpoints on this stage. 40, 38, 36, right the way down. 20 riders picking up points at every place. As you've worked it out, there's 22 women on the start line here, so 2 riders will miss out every time. If a breakaway goes, you have got to be in it.
And that is the big danger, isn't it? If a breakaway does go down the road and you're not in that group, you are going to be left fighting for a lot less points, potentially with the same riders hoovering up points at the front of the race.
Yeah, so it's Nicole Mayer from the USA on the front at the moment. Bridget Filensky is there as well, but Filensky going clear at the moment. Now, this is an interesting move. 3 riders from Germany in the field. Are we seeing those team tactics come out to play?
Well, I think that's going to be really all about being in the right place. Let the team tactics play out. I think if you are not in a big squad, I think the Swedish riders are definitely going to be looking at pushing onwards on the front of the race, really make this hard from the start, because they've got some really strong riders who are going to be suited to this. Any particular riders that you think this is the stage for them? This is where they're going to score their biggest points?
Well, we've got McCarthy on our screen at the moment, and she did take the win on this stage in the semi-finals, but I think this is going to be very different because we had over 120 women in those semi-finals. We've got 22 today. We've got 5 riders from Sweden, 5 riders from the USA, and we could really see those team tactics come to play. You can see those blue and yellow jerseys. They've got a number of riders in that field who could well podium today, and I think could go really strongly on stages 2 and 3. So you've really got to watch out for those jerseys. The 5 riders from the USA could have very similar tactics as well. So eyes peeled, because it's not just about the individual riders.
It's not, but at the end of the day, there's a rainbow jersey, a gold, a silver and a bronze medal awarded. And whilst it's great kudos for your nation that you've been involved in that winning rider's ride as a member of the team, for me, it's about what these individuals can do. When in terms of this first checkpoint, this is our first indicator. And I think that tactic, that tactic that was talked about, go hard for the first few K. For me, that's not how I would play this. I would be waiting for the climb towards the end.
And it's been a really steady state start in the women's race here. They're at the 1.9 kilometre marker. They're around 650 metres away from that first checkpoint where the first set of points are going to be picked up. Godby, Mayer, Holdcroft right at the front of the pack, but the pack is wide across the road. 22 riders in there, and you can see the green checkpoint. It is the banner just around the corner ahead.
And if this is a pure sprint from a very slow start,
leading into Soderstrom's hands.
Yeah, Soderstrom or Filensky potentially, who's got a fantastic kick as well.
Yes, and there we go. Tomasi's on the front. Olberg, Hermansson. Hermansson could well be the lead-out rider for the Swedish team. She could well be going for this herself, but expect her to be in the mix. She's a really punchy rider. Van Shaw now goes. Kittel, Koisten, Holdcroft, Tomasi, all in the mix. Tomasi's gone at 9 watts per kilo. Francesca Tomasi, the Italian rider, goes up and over the top. Phenomenal push from her. But here comes Tidholm and Gallegos. Gallegos comes up and over, I think. So does Snova. That is seriously close. Wow, what an opener on sprint number 1. Alexi Snova picks up the points from Kate McCarthy.
So Snova, McCarthy, Tidholm, Soderstrom, Sfarstrom, a profusion of Swedish jerseys. 3 inside the top 5 when it came into that sprint as they came over the line. Guerra in the mix, Gallegos in the mix as well. Very close together. The first point scores are done here on stage 2. This will be key in terms of really cementing the lead for McCarthy as we start to go up and into this real sawtooth profile section of the course. And getting the momentum is right here, and it's almost the analogy I always like to use is it's a bit like in BMX or mountain bike. When you go over a jump, you actually want to land and use the gravity and the downhill slope to power you up the uphill slope and use as much of that as possible rather than necessarily kicking at the bottom, but it's very physiologically driven.
Well, and momentum is absolutely key here. You know, the speed you can get, the momentum you can get on the downhill, the transition into the up, it can take you from the back of the pack to the front of the pack, and as everybody else starts to kick. So getting your timing right in terms of when you put the power down through the pedals, absolutely crucial. You really want to try the effort before you get that transition to the up.
So just a quick reminder for everybody, our next checkpoint is going to be a climb checkpoint, which comes at
Well, it comes at the 6.2 kilometre marker. It is at the end of this climbing section. It's not a single solitary climb here. It's a set of climbs, 7 rollers. They're short, they're sharp. The mid ones hit 12%. They really are, well, leg sapping.
They are. McCarthy going to the front at 7.5 watts per kilo there, going up over the top of this climb. It's the first of the real big ascents as part of this roller coaster section here, and you can just see McCarthy leading over the top there, just putting the pressure on the riders. And even if she can't shed riders out of the group, she's still going to be hurting people here.
She is indeed, and that's really what she wants to do. She doesn't want to take a big group through. She really wants to try and force a split for a much smaller group, because then even if you're not at the front of the group, you are picking up the majority of points that are available at each checkpoint. But every single rider here on that road will want to be on the right side of the split.
Well, at the moment, just a few riders being detached, and you can see that if you look at the race screen of the riders, the view that they're getting, they'll be able to see top right-hand side of their screens, the riders being distanced, each rider represented by an orange disc, riders being distanced from the back of this group numbering 20 riders now. So riders off the back of the group won't be scoring points, riders in this group will, but everybody fighting for the wheels as we go over the top. Here's Soderstrom and Meyer on the front there. Meyer going through at nearly 8 watts per kilo. That was a big kick from her. Gallegos at 7 here, Korchinski at 7. There's a lot of power being put down every time over the top, and it's Maria Holcroft who had a great stage 1 on the attack.
Yeah, it is indeed the rider from Great Britain right at the front. The rider from China on her wheel. Meyer now taking up that mantle as the, wow, look at that. Chow Hai is the rider pushing on the front of the pack, doing a phenomenal job here. They come down off the top of this climb into the last 2 small rollers, and that banner, that checkpoint where those points are available, is at the top of the second climb coming.
So we are going to see who can be through that checkpoint, who's going to take away the maximum points. The riders are really having to now regroup, reset, and get ready for the next 2 kickers. A short, sharp little kicker, then that second climb to take us in towards our checkpoint. And McCarthy at the moment is looking pretty comfy in this group.
Yeah, it was a fabulous shot just there of the micro rest from some of the riders from Sweden, but McCarthy now up and out the saddle, dancing on those pedals. She's got Alberg, Tidholm and Kiddle for company at the moment at the front of the pack. There's a long stretch at the moment, but there's a lot of riders still at the front. They're at the 5.4 kilometre marker. They've got around 750 metres to go until they go underneath that polka dot banner. If you've got eagle eyes, you can spot it at the top as they come round the left-hand bend. But the group is still big.
It's big. It's not as big as it was, though. It looks to me like we have got 14 riders left in the leading group. So 14 riders left in the leading group. The rest of the riders being distanced out the back of the pack. They'll be picking up the minor places as Mika Soderstrom, who we've just seen taking a little bit of a rest, now goes on the offensive on the front, answered by Guerra, answered by McCarthy, and it's McCarthy who's looking to get extra points to extend her lead at the front. She'll want to extend that as much as she can on this climb section. We're seeing her go to the fore here. It's surely going to be maximum points for the defending champion, Kate McCarthy of New Zealand. She's going to come up over the top of the checkpoint. She goes underneath the banner. She's going to take maximum points, 40 points for McCarthy, 38 for Soderstrom. It's going to be 36 for Guerra, and so on through the field. 2 points, the points difference on the way through, and all those points count. Left-hand side there, 313 points for McCarthy now, ahead of Guerra with 273. Tomasi, 257. Tomasi, who was very aggressive early on at the moment, caught on the wrong side of a split here because there are 3 riders clear, and McCarthy is still at 5 now, 6 watts per kilo, and I'm sure she is so tempted now to go for this, to go for the kick, to push on now. She's broken the group apart. Does she go for it?
Well, I would not be surprised. It's potentially probably earlier than I thought she would. I thought she might have hung on till the second sprint. But if she does, I would not be surprised. It's 1.8 kilometres from the climbing checkpoint to the second sprint checkpoint, and then 600 metres to the start of the final climb here. It's perfectly lined up if a small group goes away, but look at everybody else, because the battle is on for all of the points out there. We might be looking at the front, but there are many, many battles and micro races going on amongst the rest of the race field.
The race field now all spread out. McCarthy's gap, though, is opened up. This is a 7-second gap at the moment. You can see it on your screens from race leader McCarthy from New Zealand back to Guerra, the Brazilian rider, in second place at the moment, leading the charge, leading the chase. Soderstrom behind, not putting in as much power into that chase. Kolczynski, Tomasi, Albo, Meyer, Hermansen all behind, and those gaps are big. This is McCarthy now sitting at a pace, sitting pretty comfy, I think, looking for recovery, and she's dictating the pace. She's the conductor. The rest of them are the players in the orchestra.
Well, Gabby Guerra, and she's playing a good game. She's a strong, strong racer and a strong, strong rider, and she is going to give this absolutely everything until the final points at the end of stage 3. But right now she's on stage 2, and well, they're coming up to the second sprint. There's less than 200 metres to go now, and McCarthy out clear on the front is going to be the first rider across that checkpoint as well. She's going to pick up maximum points, but if Guerra can hold that second place, it's only 2 points less.
It's 2 points the deficit if you go through immediately behind another rider. But look at the difference in the faces here of the riders. McCarthy's looking focused. Guerra put a big effort in there to make sure she took those points. And now it's reset moment for Guerra. She's got to press that button, a bit like everybody does when something goes wrong. Electronic, you switch it off and you switch it back on again. She now needs to go, right, I put in that effort. I need to switch off, switch back on again, and push on through, because this is key. At the moment, the gap has opened. McCarthy is clear on the front, and this is the danger moment for me. Does McCarthy now go clear? Does she sweep up these points? There are still a lot of points up for grabs from here to the very finish of the race. And if you were to take every checkpoint on the way through, you're still going to be taking away what is 260 points. If you want everything from here to the very end of the championships, that's a lot of points up for grabs.
Well, the chase group now brings Guerra back into its fold. She's got the opportunity to come onto the back of the group and take the draft, which is exactly what she's doing. She needs to take a bit of a micro rest, bring that heart rate down before she goes again, and go again. I know she will. Well, Tomasi, Meyer, Olberg, Hermansen, Holdcroft and Guerra are the riders in that group. Interesting move. There's also Söderström and Velt as well. And they're now on that final climb at the 8.9 kilometre marker. 12k is where the finish line is, but there's one more checkpoint to go at the 9.6 kilometre marker.
So 600 metres to that checkpoint. McCarthy clear. Tomasi pushed into this climb. Should open up the gap. The Italian, though, closed down in that chasing pack as it came together. You can see a little bit further down behind the riders. When we take a look back, gaps really starting to open up in these groups a little bit further down through the race field. And riders like Hermansen, Velt, Tidholm, Soderstrom now starting to be shed from the back of the main pack as McCarthy goes through. 500 metres to go. It's ticking down. The time gap is at 10 seconds. Don't be fooled by the fact that that gap looks quite close. They're on a climb. This is a big gradient, 10%. Those turbo trainers will be making it harder. They reflect the terrain that the riders are riding in the virtual world here on MyWhoosh, and that translates into how much power the riders are having to put in. You can see the riders giving it everything on the climb. Look at the face of McCarthy here. 300 metres to go. She's really pushing hard here. This is 168 beats per minute from McCarthy. She's giving this absolutely everything, and I know there's a lot of talk in the studio, the side there of the stage, about heart rate. It's so personal, though, isn't it? Some riders have really, really high heart rates as their maximum, and there's other class riders, they get to 155, 160, and they are really in trouble.
Yeah, they are indeed, but McCarthy at the moment now gone past that 200 metre ways to go, Banner. Tomasi, Guerra, Holdcroft, Bruni, all battling it out behind. Gabby Guerra now driving away from the chase group. She's chasing from Francesca Tomasi, though, the Italian rider, who really is, well, she's on our screen. We can see the work that's going into that move by Tomasi. Guerra now on her wheel. They have, well, around 5 seconds back to Holdcroft and Bruni. Camilla Ahlberg, the Swedish rider, is in the mix as well. But McCarthy is doing what McCarthy does. She's dancing on the pedals at the top of a climb.
Dominant rider by Kate McCarthy, the defending champion, clear on the front now, and this is where she's got to run down to the finish. It's pretty much all downhill from here. There's a little bump on the way in at about 8%, but it's not huge, and I think at the moment this is McCarthy's moment. This is where she needs to grasp it, and she needs to choose the moment, take the opportunity behind. Guerra is chasing, Tomasi is chasing. A fantastic battle actually starting to develop in terms of points overall. Guerra is currently looking reasonably secure in second place, but Tomasi versus Ahlberg versus Holcroft, Bruni, Soderstrom, Kolczynski all behind. It's very, very close, and those points are going to be critical. Where these riders finish on the run into our very final checkpoint on stage 2 will be key. You can see the effort put in by Gabby Guerra on that climb. She's with Tomasi at the moment, and this is where the riders now are trying to get some recovery and work out what they do now. Do they focus on a silver medal? Do they focus on a bronze medal? Do you just keep chasing? Because anything can happen on that last stage. There are so many sprints.
Well, there are indeed, and Tomasi and Guerra have got to bear that in mind. There are 8 laps on the final stage, 8 opportunities for point scoring. You've got to have something left in the lungs, the heart and the legs. Kate McCarthy's got 1 kilometre to go on this final set of stage number 2. She's pushing on and driving away from the rest of the field. 25 seconds now back, but let's not forget the time gap does not matter. It's the points that accumulate here, and the gap between first and second is 2 points only on the finish line.
And in theory, Kate McCarthy could now just literally shut down the throttles, put in maximum recovery by doing nothing. She knows that she's going to take maximum points whether she goes over the line 1 metre or 200 metres or 2 minutes.
Did you just say Kate McCarthy stop riding? Kate McCarthy gives it everything every single time I watch her
I think her
race.
throttle is like my old car used to be, with it stuck flat down on the floor. It never would come off even when you wanted it to, and that's what we're seeing from McCarthy here. This is all about points. She's not going to be closed down. She's 20 seconds in front of Tomasi and Guerra. There's the potential for her nearest challenger, Guerra, to be battling with Tomasi. This is 2 and 4 points, the gap between them. This is the effort that's going in for how many points, and this is where calculations need to be made. How hard you work behind. Real fight behind inside that top 10, and you can see McCarthy now dropping down. She's gone from zone 6 effort to zone 5-4-3. She really has backed off that pace. You can just see the heart rate starting to drop as well. 153 beats a minute now from McCarthy as she heads in towards that finish line.
Yeah, so McCarthy heads towards the finish line of stage 2. She's going to pick up maximum points as she goes underneath the banner. Another 40 points for Kate McCarthy. Guerra and Tomasi are battling it out behind for second and third, and Holdcroft is trying to go clear of Kolczynski and Ahlberg because there's another battle going on there. But Kate McCarthy goes underneath the UCI banner. She takes the win on stage number 2, picks up the 40 points for going underneath the banner first, picks up the water bottle in the arena. She's getting rehydrated for stage 3.
And that shows you just at that speed and pace going in over the front as Tomasi has the cake to take Guerra on the line. That means that Tomasi has closed the gap to Guerra. Guerra's lost a little bit of ground to McCarthy behind. Great ride by Kristen Kolczynski coming in through over the line. She's being chased to the line here by the rest of this pack. Nicole Mayer on the way through, very, very tight gaps behind as they come into that finish. McCarthy taking away the final checkpoint win. This is absolutely brutal out there today, with the pace that's being set by the defending champion, with the efforts that's being put in by the chasing riders behind. Everybody battling to get into that finish line. Still riders making the way in towards our finish here on stage 2 as we see that world champion just easing off. And you can see Tomasi doing the same here. Everybody very quickly into recovery mode.
They are indeed, and the face of the riders sitting up in the arena. They know there's one more stage to go. They know there are a lot of points on offer, and it'll be points in the back pocket that they're after.
Well, McCarthy extending her lead. Guerra losing a little bit of ground to McCarthy. Tomasi closing in on Guerra. Alberg, Holcroft, Soderstrom, Bruni, all nicely inside the top 10, along with Kolczynski, Hermansen, Tidholm and Co. This is going to come down, certainly in terms of those top 10 positions on what happens, but that has been a phenomenal performance on stage 2 from McCarthy, Guerra and Tomasi, the 3 riders clear at the front, as we see our next riders coming in to our finish line. Anna Sparstrom putting in a phenomenal ride in here. You can see that recovery kicks in, and this is the competition. These are our competitors. This is what we see week in, week out on the Sunday race club. These riders battling to the line, whether you're racing for the first place or the last place or the second to last place, it doesn't matter. There's somebody racing everybody out there, and it's fantastic to see that reflected here at the World Championships. Alexei Snova coming to the line. You can see pushing those pedals around 250 watts on the way in. She's got the banner in front, that UCI banner, MyWhoosh, the UCI's esports partner for 2024, 25 and 26. Underneath that UCI banner she goes, and you can see that's a job done. Spin the legs round, ease those legs off. Time for our riders to get recovered, reset and ready to go. And I'm sure this stage has given our teams a huge amount to think about down there. So let's hand back over to Andy, to Hayley and to Katie.
Thank you very much, Matt. Thank you, Emma. What a phenomenal bike race that was. Absolutely incredible. Majestic McCarthy in that race. She absolutely crushed it. Katie.
Yeah, she
what
did.
An incredible performance.
It's really great. Her family are in the crowd, and I can see them from where we're sitting, and they are giving so much support. And I can feel like there's like a tether between them, you know, the louder they cheer, the harder that she goes. She's clearly so confident. She's clearly got really great form. What a combination. You know, it doesn't always happen on the same day like that, but it very clearly is. I was quite interested in how early she went, because it was before the halfway mark that she really distanced herself and ensured that she got those extra 2 points per segment. So she's 48 points ahead now. That's a pretty handy lead going into the third race.
Yeah, she's building a big advantage now, isn't she? Let's take a look at the highlights of what was a tough 12-kilometre race. Hayley, Katie's touched on it, going so early, just before that 6-kilometre mark. You were surprised. I saw the look on your face. You thought she might wait for a little bit longer.
I expected her to go, but I expected her to go on the second Queen of the Mountains point, which was the fourth point scoring opportunity. So to go on those rollers earlier on, I mean, it was a confident move. Obviously, it paid off. She took actually the maximum amount of points -2 that she could have got on the entire stage, because even in that first sprint at 2.6 kilometres, she was second over the line there. So she nearly bagged the absolute maximum that she could, and that's a performance that takes confidence, but also obviously the performance on the day. So as Katie said, she's just hit everything together at the right time, and being able to do that takes skill, maybe a little bit of luck, and it was an incredible race by her.
It was. You talked about this almost tethered between McCarthy and Team McCarthy, her crew that are in the stands very close to us. We've seen them all together. They are shouting at her. But also, when you notice Kate McCarthy when she's riding, there are moments where she just takes a little look to see if there's reassurance that she can either calm down a little bit or needs to force it. So there's a little bit more coaching going on as well.
Yeah, it's a wonderful sense of team, and I think you can often think these are individual sports. They're absolutely not. There is a huge team that sits behind it, and whether they can easily communicate in the moment or not. Nobody gets to this point without having an incredible support team. And it's so wonderful that so many have travelled to Abu Dhabi, and we've got a lot of the athletes' families here actually that are cheering and dressed up in the national colours. I absolutely love that. I thought it was really interesting what we saw going on in second and third place with Tomasi and Guerra. And you could tell that they were racing very differently because they were actively targeting points and then recovering between, neither wanting to keep going in the middle, but really taking those moments to recover.
Yeah, I wanted to touch on the tactics of Guerra in particular, and you've opened up that discussion perfectly. Hayley, to me, she used her ability really, really well in that race, because there were moments where it looked like she was about to crack and didn't.
She's an incredibly experienced rider, and I was looking at her metrics during that race, and especially in between the second QOM and the finish. And on that descent, she really did take the opportunity to recover. Her watts dropped to 15 at one point, so effectively nothing.
Yes.
And her heart rate went from being almost at what I expect would be her maximum down to about 150. And having that ability to recover your heart rate before you get to the finish line, the next point scoring opportunity, to give you that ceiling to really be able to put in the maximum effort again at that next crucial moment is a really, it's crucial to be able to do that, but it takes practice, it takes skill, and it takes confidence that you can kind of stop pedaling, ease off a bit, and then recover.
Yeah, because we saw her, Katie, take the pressure off when she was right on the limit. I think her heart rate was 180 something. You could see she was under big pressure, but she came back and she went into the slipstream on the back of the group and just sat there.
Well, if you're not able to stay with the leader, it's only 2 points. It doesn't matter whether that's 2 metres, 200 metres. And so I think they do need to be very smart and take every single moment of recovery, because realistically in the third race it's nothing but go, go, go. You're not recovering for anything. You don't have to have anything left in the tank by the end, but they will have already been looking at, because if you look from place 2 to 7, it's a very tight race, because there were a few movements in some sprints there that mixed up that top 6. The Soderstrom, Holcroft, Alberg, they were scoring a lot more points. And so it's a very different race now than what it looked like at the end of the first, notwithstanding Kate McCarthy at the top there.
The fight for the medals is definitely on now. We're coming up to our third race. We're a couple of minutes from the race. Let's just quickly remind ourselves of what is coming up now. Let's take a look at the course for race number 3. We're going into Sprinters Paradise, and that's where this World Championship will be decided. So Hayley, just remind us, what is coming up now?
So we have 8 laps of a 1.5 kilometre course, and the total elevation is 200 metres. 25 metres a lap pretty much is what you have, and those bumps actually feel really difficult to ride. There are points on offer every time the riders cross the line, double points on the final lap, lap 8. So there's a lot of point scoring opportunities, and I think it's going to be full gas from the start.
I'm looking forward to that. This is where this World Championship will now be decided, on Sprinters Paradise. So the riders will take these 8 laps, the points are on offer, the rainbow jersey is going to be decided in the next few minutes here in Abu Dhabi. It's going to be a pretty special race. And Katie, if you're one of the riders who's down there in the placings, there is a chance of a medal coming up.
Absolutely. They just need to hold the wheel and take every opportunity, but be smart in doing so.
Let's go back now to our commentary team. Let's meet Matt and Emma for the final time in this Women's World Championship. Over to you. The title is about to be decided.
Thank you very much, Anthony, Hayley and Katie. We have got a phenomenal finale coming up here, Emma. And at the moment, with McCarthy in 1, Guerra in 2, and Tomasi propelling herself up into what is now third place, those points gaps They're looking pretty secure. It's all about, though, can they stay at the front and minimise any losses?
Well, one of the things I love about a World Championships is it is just one day. Anything can happen, and when I say anything, I mean absolutely anything. McCarthy, yep, she's 48 points clear of Guerra at the moment, who's 20 points clear of Tomasi, who's 29 points clear of Olberg. But then Holdcroft is 5 points back, and Soderstrom and Bruni are tied on the same points in 6th and 7th. What more could you want as we go into the final stage?
So as we go into stage 3, into the Sprinters Paradise, we are on a countdown for our race start here. It's time for the riders to put down that final performance. We are away from the start line. The clock is ticking 8 laps. It's going to be multiple sprints. This is about those final point scores. Who is going to go back from Abu Dhabi having achieved their goals, whether that's the top 10, top half of the race field, whether that's a medal, whether that is a rainbow jersey. It's time to find out what the final scores will be from our riders. Emma, when it comes to this sprint, you talked about team tactics earlier. Are we going to see some of that come into play from Sweden, maybe USA?
Well, my eyes are peeled on the screen because it may well be what we see. Elise Gallegos coming up into the 4. Nicole Mayer from the USA. Those blue, red and white jerseys in the mix of Team USA. But take a look at that. So is Team Sweden, the yellow and blue dominating at the moment on the screen. But well, Merle Bruni right on the front of the group. It's a steady start. It's a steady pace. They are 400 metres into this race. Well, 1 minute underway.
1 minute of racing underway. Technically 2 climbs, it feels like 3, or maybe it feels like about 300 at this stage per lap for the riders on the way in through. It'll all depend on your climbing style as we start to see a push going on to the front. Chauha at the moment, the rider from China pushing, but Kelsey J. Van Schuur goes to Alberg also pushing on to the front here. McCarthy at the moment sitting in the wheels in the middle of this group, just playing it safe at this stage. Watching the moves, watching what riders do is going to be critical as they come around this turn. The run into the sprint is getting momentum now is key.
It is indeed, and the look on the riders' faces on stage at the moment, the look of concentration as they wait for that first sprint to unfold. They're around 400 metres out. Someone's going to launch at the moment, probably someone from within the pack, because they're going to want to take the draft to get the momentum to run out. You don't want to launch the attack from the front of the group, but it's Velt versus Olberg versus Bruni. Where is the kick going to come from? Because they're leaving this late at the moment, but Amelia Velt has gone on the front, and as Farstrom kicking on strongly, so is Kristen Kulczynski. Elise Gallegos has gone at 11 watts per kilo. The rider from the USA is absolutely dialing it, but so is Gabby Guerra. Guerra absolutely dialing that, but what can I say?
Is it enough? It's not going to be enough yet to get those points, but you could see Gabby Guerra really working there. She's just dropped back through the pack, and this is one of the danger moments in the racing. And as we wait for the points to update, that first sprint, it really did change on the way in through on those last few metres as they came in over the line. Now, Alberg going on our screens at the moment. Definitely looking to move up, currently sitting in 5th position overall, top 5 positions. You'll want to defend that at the World Championships at the moment. Though Mccarthy, Guerra, Tomasi still looking secure. Holcroft looking good in 4th place at the moment, ahead of Alberg. The points gaps are starting to come in as these riders in the big group come through. It's so fast through the line each time, Emma. When we get that big group come through, those points are being allocated out, boom, 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 and you can lose 8 or 10 points very easily just by just easing at the wrong moment.
Well, while the group is this big, that is exactly what is going to happen, Matt. And riders' wheels just poking out from the front of the group at the exact right time, and riders getting their sprint time to perfection. Really, really crucial. As you said, you can go from what looks like 1st place to 8th place within a fraction of a second. Riders will know that down there in the group. The group has reconvened. They're all back together again. They're at the 2.5 kilometre marker. They've got another 500 metres to go. Yes, we are nearly back round to the sprint again, but nobody has tried to split the group yet. They all know what happened last time, and that different riders have come to the fore because the group is so big and it's really hard to get your timing right.
and timing, getting the drive out of the main group towards the line is absolutely critical. Making sure that you've got that kick timed. You can just hit the moment as we're coming in towards the banner. Filensky working hard in here, but right at the very front here, you can see the colours of Sweden pushing in towards the line. Tidholm versus Gallegos as they come in over the line. Van Shaw coming in through as well. Very, very strong work being done there by the Swedish team as they came in through, but McCarthy rolling in around the front as well. So at the moment, the points gap starting to extend again. Holcroft in front of Alberg at the moment by what is only 9 points inside that top 5, as you can see. And all these riders still in this group, still trying to hang on. 1 or 2 riders have been displaced from the main group, and that is showing us that there are a number of riders now who just can't handle this pace, this repeated sprint on the way through. Emma, do you have the sprints coming through? We're just going to take a double check. The answer is no. So we're going to go straight across into our riders. We're just taking a little bit of a look on the side. Oh, we get big thumbs up. The screen is back.
Yes, it is indeed. And Aleix Gallegos took the sprint on lap 2 with her compatriot Alexei Snova in 2. McCarthy in 3, Van Schuer in 4, Tidholm in 5, Holcroft in 6 and Alberg in 7. I would be wanting to split that group up now, but you've got to have the legs to do it and you've got to have the lungs left. And well, this is now seriously an attritional race. Meyer now on the front, Velt, Snova, all at the front. I'll tell you something, Team USA are doing a sterling job on the front of stage 3.
They really are patrolling the front. You can just see the red, white and blue jerseys across the front there, just keeping a check. Sweden just sitting a little bit further back and being able to drive through the group, being able to utilise the draft and the momentum at the right time. Really key. The way that this rolls down here, this right-hand turn that the riders are taking, then the left-hand turn onto the straight, you've got that run out. So if you go too early, you run out of momentum halfway down that straight, you're just going to get snowballed on the way through. Filensky's going to be on the front leading this out at the moment, but we're looking for those big kicks coming. Just seeing Kolchinsky kicking at 10 was Bakila trying to make a way up at 11 now. Holcroft on a big sprint as well, as we're going to see Chao Han go through. I think just right on the front, but it comes down to that final throw, and this is where it is really akin to that almost track omnium with sprint after sprint after sprint. Who got it that time?
Track omnium, think Iron Woman. Aleix Gallegos takes it for the second time. She took lap 2, she's just taken lap 3. Zhang takes second, Hermansen takes third, McCarthy is in the mix in 4, Tidholm, Kittel, Bruni, Snova, Guerra and Velt. The top 10 riders through. Wow, that's just sprint 3.
It is, and it is possible for Gallegos to propel herself right up inside the top 10. Currently, at the moment, sitting in 13th position overall. She could push herself right up inside that top 10, as Holcroft at the moment just being distanced behind this group as they come through here.
Well, Holdcroft overall has now moved herself up into 4th place. She's gone ahead of Camilla Alberg in the overall standings.
So at the moment, this is now about those final runs to the line. We're at 5.2 kilometres done so far. And as we keep on making our way in through this line each time, it's going to be absolutely critical that these riders keep a check. They need to remember that the total distance is 12 kilometres. That is the 8 laps of distance. Their next sprint coming through will be the end of lap number 4 of 8. At the moment, though, it's a little bit of a roll down here. This group's still together. At the moment, it's going the way of our defending champion. Our silver medalist from last year still sitting in 2nd place. Tomasi with that 3rd place that she took on stage 2 there. Holcroft working well, but it's a tight points gap between Holcroft and Alberg. Holcroft's really working hard for this, but Alberg has got that sprint at the moment. She's 3 points difference. The sprint is on. The kick for the line is coming. This is the race for the line. You can see that massive charge through from the back. The Swedish team here, time and time again, pushing through. That looked like that was Alberg who's taken that time. We're going to see. I think she has, because I think she's going to go ahead of Holdcroft. She was right up there in the points. Who took the sprint?
Oh, McCarthy took the sprint by what must have been less than a tyre there, but Alberg in 2, Guerra now coming up in 3, Snova in 4 and Gallegos in 5. That duo from the USA have been point surfing the whole way through stage number 3. Whoa, take a look at that.
Now Holcroft, who has been holding on to the back of that group, has just dropped down below Camilla Alberg in the point standing. So at the moment, it's McCarthy overall in 1, Guerra in 2, Tomasi in 3, Alberg in 4, Holcroft in 5. And Holcroft now has to bear in mind that Merle Bruni is sitting behind. It's only going to be about 17 points or so between the two riders, and that is going to be really, really critical for her position inside the top 5. 6 is Bruni, 7 Kolczynski, 8 Tidholm, 9 Hermansen, 10 Soderstrom at the moment, but we are on our way round on lap 5 of 8 on stage 3 of the Women's 2025 UCI Cycling Esports World Championships. Still plenty of points to be garnered.
Well, there are indeed, and riders now getting dropped off the back of the group and not reconvening after every sprint. Tilly Field, Maria Holdcroft, Bridget Filensky, riders off the back of this group. Tidholm's on the front, Velt now pushing on, so is Mayer, because we're coming up towards what will be sprint number 5. The pack still rolling, still recovering, still dropping those heart rates between every single sprint. Rooney coming to the fore.
McCarthy, though, taking sprints on the way through, extending leads over riders behind each and every time she does so. When she's not taking maximum points, she's still in the mix. Big kick for the line goes this time around. This is the run for the line, being led out by Bridget Kittle initially. McCarthy's gone over the top. The Swedish team are right to the fore. McCarthy, though, charging away towards the line. I think she's going to be just pipped as she comes over the line by Alberg. We wait for the computer to make sure it's checked. It's Alberg from McCarthy, from Bruni, Snober. It's going to be Howe and then Guerra, so the gaps are opening at the top of the point standing. At the moment, very top of those standings is McCarthy. She's gone over the 500 point marker, 523 points at the moment. Guerra 454, Tomasi 408 points, and there are 80 points left if you were to take away every sprint win from here, including that finishing line.
Well, the recovery now comes into play. Emilia Velt on the front from Germany. Camilla Alberg, who has been picking up points as everywhere she can on this stage. McCarthy is here, Mayer, Alberg, Tidholm, Hermansen still in the leading group as well. So is Kolczynski. These riders are fighting for every single point they can do. They're at the 8-kilometre marker. There's less than 4k now to go on the stage, and the pushers come on the front now. Francesca Tomasi has decided it's time to cement her 3rd position overall, because she's just 3 points clear of Camilla Alberg at the moment, and she really, really needs to motor if she wants to hang on to a medal today at the World Championships here. Tomasi needs to do the business now. She needs to go clear of the group, and she needs to cement those points. Camilla Alberg has got to sit on that wheel like glue and then come around every single time for more points. Guerra is not going to let them go, because she does not want to relinquish a medal.
So at the moment, this is the battle that we're starting to see play out on our screens. Guerra sitting in 2nd place overall. A provisional silver medalist has got a big gap to Tomasi and Alberg. Alberg to Tomasi. It's only 3 points between it. Tomasi in the Italian jersey. Alberg, the Swedish jersey, up at the front with the kick. Guerra now on the way in towards the line here. Gabby Guerra on the front here, really winding this up. Alberg trying to come at Tomasi on the way towards the line, but it's Guerra leading this out. Now comes Alberg coming on the right-hand side. She's going to come over the top. Perfect timing by Alberg, and because Guerra was sandwiched in between, that's going to be a 4 points loss to the riders. We're going to do a quick double check as those points are calculated. Tomasi still holding on by 1 point to a bronze medal. The effort is paying off, and Alberg turning herself inside out each and every time. You can see how hard she's working. The camera on the rider's face. Look at Tomasi, still looking cool, calm and collected. She works under pressure. A doctor by profession. Well, I tell you something, she needs surgical precision to make sure she can nail these finishes coming in towards towards the end of the race. We're on lap 7 of 8 laps on the final stage.
2 laps to go, and Camilla Olberg is really doing the business. She's in the mix now for a medal, and she is fighting tooth and nail. Francesca Tomasi is going to have to do something. She's going to have to play to her strengths and pull something out of the bag at some point in time if she wants to be on that podium later. Mel Bruni, the German wildcard, really moving on, but Tomasi now starting to pick up the pace. Guerra on the front, Velt, Tidholm, Hermansen, McCarthy all in the group. So is Kristen Kulczynski and Elise Gallegos from the USA, but now it's Camilla Olberg. Well, the best form of defence is offence, and that's where Olberg is going at the moment. She's digging deep, and she is absolutely nailing this. They're at the 9.9 kilometre marker. They're going to come up for the penultimate sprint of the day, and Olberg is leading this group out at the moment. Mel Bruni in 2, Amelia Velt in 3. The 2 German riders paying really close attention. They've got Francesca Tomasi on their wheel, surfing the draft, but Camilla Olberg is going for this right now. Olberg is going long for the penultimate sprint, and she's absolutely dialing it. She's the one who is battling for the podium. Tomasi on your screen with Guerra, McCarthy, Velt. They are all on the screen, but Olberg is the rider we are watching at the moment. She's the one dialing it for the points. Tomasi now launches from behind. She's got to stop the points going, but Kulczynski's getting in the mix. Kulczynski's getting in the mix as Olberg comes underneath the banner and picks up the points at the moment. McCarthy, I think, came through for second. There's double points at the finish line. Expect fireworks.
And at the lap 7 sprint there, Olberg taking the win with lots of riders getting in between. In fact, Tomasi scoring what was 12 points in 9th position. You can see what that's done to the points score. Olberg now with that gap that's really opened up, and her target in front would be Guerra, but I think that is now a distance too far. McCarthy, a little shake of the head, but Olberg at the moment got to get herself in over the line.
Olberg at the moment is in trouble. She's in 11th place in the group, and there's been a push on the front. The push on the front has come from Tomasi. Tomasi knows she's got to go long if she wants to salvage the bronze medal today. McCarthy and Guerra are going to pay close attention so they don't lose a thing, but Camilla Olberg has just moved herself from 11th place in the group to 4th because of the move from Francesca Tomasi.
Well, at the moment, Tomasi leading. Then you've got McCarthy with Olberg, with Guerra, with Velt. They're all in that mix. They are all wanting to be up there on the final sprint. This is the last run to the line. And they've currently got 700 metres to go on this run to our final finish line in the Women's 2025 UCI Cycling Esports World Championships. And at the moment, Tomasi is looking to maximise the points. She needs riders between her and Olberg. Olberg needs to minimise the number of riders in between, and you can see the big dive coming over the top. Tomasi's about to lap a rider. That's how much she's put into this last lap to attack and go clear. Francesca Tomasi is looking for that final sprint win. Olberg is looking to take and minimise that gap as they run for the line. McCarthy is on the way as well. Tomasi is going for the line in the blue. She's going to surely take away the maximum points here as she comes in and over the line. The final checkpoint goes to Olberg, but the win, the world champion, the women's 2025 UCI Cycling Esports World Champion, Kate McCarthy of New Zealand.
Well, the battle for those medals behind, such hard work. Such hard fighting. Gabby Guerra into Francesca Tomasi with that move on the final lap. She stays 1 point clear of Camilla Olberg in 4th. Mel Bruni coming through for 5th with 442 points. Look at the smile on McCarthy.
Well, Kate McCarthy went shopping for new power pedals when she finished taking the win in the World Championships in 2024 on the fantastic facility in the UAE in Abu Dhabi. McCarthy now knows that she has done the double. She's taken the win twice in a row. Gabby Guerra, 2 silver medals, one after the other. Now off the bike, smiles though for the defending champion, and you can see I think she's going to go across to see the silver medalist Gabby Guerra.
These two have battled each other and absolutely given the fans of cycling esports a It's phenomenal racing all year. You know, Kate has come in, she's defended that championships. Gabby Guerra has done her absolute best. She is an absolute fighter and taking away a silver medal for a second time. Tomasi versus Alberg. What a battle for bronze.
It was a fantastic battle for bronze, and we knew that these two riders on our screens were going to be right in the mix. Disappointment for Alberg on the right, smiles for Tomasi on the left. You can see the emotion there. It all came down to that last lap as everybody's getting in on those celebrations. I think it's time to head in to Anthony, to Hayley and to Katie.
Thanks very much, Matt. Thanks, Emma. What a thrilling finale to that World Championship. That was incredible, Hayley.
Yeah, we started sat down, we ended up standing up, we edged closer and closer to the edge of our little platform here, and we were totally enthralled by what was going on, and the atmosphere in here was insane.
It was electric. Everyone was on their feet. Let's take a look at some highlights during this little segment, because that was special. Kate McCarthy has defended her title. She went out from race one and she put in the most exceptional performance.
Absolutely. I mean, I guess the excitement in here was actually the other podium positions, but you cannot take anything away from how Kate McCarthy rode this evening. From the very start of race one, she showed how strong she was, and then to have the guts and the confidence to attack race two the way she did and get away solo so early on. You know, we knew that she meant business, and it was kind of a foregone conclusion, I think, what was the end result was going to be, but you can't take anything away from her and the amount of hard work she's put in to get to this point.
The real tussle in this arena was about the third place, because Gabriela Guerra was in second place. She rode a solid performance all the way through tonight. She secured that second place. The two riders who battled all the way to the finish, Camilla Alberg, Francesca Tomasi, a word about them, because they end up 1 point between each other.
Yeah, and the double points that were on that last lap really proved crucial because, as you said, there was only a 1 point difference at the finish. I mean, earlier on in that stage, I thought we might see Maria Holdcroft move her way up and potentially onto the podium. But what we saw was actually the accumulated fatigue of the evening's racing really take its toll. And in the end, the real battle was between Alberg and Tomasi, and I had no idea who was going to take it. I think the decisive moment was the penultimate sprint, because after that point, Alberg actually, she eased off a little bit, and maybe it was a bit too much, and she ended up moving back in that group to, I think, as Matt and Emma were saying on the commentary, maybe even 11th position. And then she really had to put in a massive effort to move further forwards in that group, and maybe that effort just took it out of her legs for that final sprint. And Tomasi timed it perfectly and obviously took more points. She took the final sprint, she took maximum points on that final sprint and ended up 1 point clear.
So this was the points in the final race. Kate McCarthy on 164, Alberg second with 141, Gabriela Guerra with 140. That's how things worked out in that final race. But ultimately, 1 point is so close between bronze and nothing.
I know, and it's one of those heartbreaking situations. It was going to be heartbreaking for whichever rider missed out on the podium with that kind of small difference. And the riders will be looking back, they'll be analysing, what did I do wrong, what happened? I mean, ultimately, it was an incredible performance by both riders. They should both be absolutely proud of the performance that they put in tonight. And just watching them live, watching their faces on the screens in front of us, the effort that they were putting in, they gave absolutely everything. And what I really loved is, obviously, we've got quite a big Swedish female contingent here, and seeing her teammates just immediately go up to Alberg and you know, commiserate with her, celebrate with her, congratulate her on an outstanding performance. That's really special to see as well.
It is. That teamwork and that camaraderie is so important, especially when you're 1 point off the bronze medal. But you've got to be proud, because she finished fourth in the semi-finals, fourth in the final, 1 point off that bronze medal. Ultimately, we're going to see McCarthy of New Zealand as a champion again. Guerra of Brazil will be the silver medalist, and Tomasi of Italy will be the bronze medalist tonight. we've witnessed something a little bit special, I think. When you see them racing here, it's incredible. The sweat is pouring off them, the effort they are putting in. We're going to hear from the riders now, and Katie has gone backstage. She's gone to find Kate McCarthy and find out her thoughts and her sentiments after what was one incredible bike race.
Now that was an incredible show. Our bronze medalist, Tomasi, that was just an incredible race. It was down to the absolute wire, down to that very last sprint in race 3.
Yes, I am really excited to be here. And it all started 1 year ago when, just for a chance, I was watching YouTube live streaming of this event. And from then, I decided that Worlds would be my objective for next year. And I managed to do that. And I'm really, really proud of the improvements I've done this year. And the race was just exciting and thrilling because in the last stage, I and Camilla were very close. And so I said to myself that I had to give all on the last sprint. And so I decided to leave on the second little climb. Unfortunately, I could keep the pace high.
It was what we would call an absolute nail-biter. And a big round of applause. And as a result, you're now a bronze medalist at the World Championships. You set your eyes on it, and now you'll take home a medal.
Yeah, I'm really, really satisfied. And in past years, I was a professional runner of middle distance. My dream was to participate in the Olympics, but I didn't manage to do that because of injuries. So when I saw words of esports cycling, I decided that this word would be my objective. And I'm really proud of what I've done.
Well, you've done an incredible job for Italy. Francesca Tomasi, our bronze medalist. Congratulations. Thank you. And now we're going to speak to our silver medalist, Gabby Guerra. It feels like here we are again, 2 years, 2 silver medals. It's an incredible achievement. You, from the very first race, put yourself right up there. Was that the plan?
Yes, the plan from the get-go was just to give my best in every single race and just to think about the moment, not to think about what is ahead. Because if you think about all 3 races, you're like, oh my gosh, there's so much more to race. But yes, that was the plan.
And certainly in the second race, we could see a lot more tactics playing out where it wasn't just full on from the start to the end. You were pausing and really going after those sprints. How much did you think about that strategy before the race?
I practiced a lot on the course because I knew I have to divide my energy and know when I need to go all out for a sprint and for the bumps and the sprint line. So I just did many intervals to practice that and to really be like on spot. When do I need the most energy and when do I conserve the most energy?
Well, it looked like you were spending a lot of energy out there, to be honest. You strike me as the kind of person that 2 silver medals might not be enough for you. Are we going to see you back next year nudging for that gold again?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, it's just such a pleasure to be here, and I'm so stoked that MyWhoosh puts on this huge event. It's all for these amazing athletes, so I am so proud to be a part of this, and I'm for sure going to keep chasing gold, but I'm also super happy with the efforts today and just looking forward for the next years when this can keep going and esports keeps growing.
You're an incredible athlete. Congratulations on your silver medal. Thank you, Gabby. Thanks. And now we've got our gold medalist on repeat, 2 years in a row, Kate McCarthy. Wow, from the very first pedal stroke, you dominated. Did you just go out thinking, I'm going to crush their spirits and take this gold medal?
I don't think I was aiming to crush anyone's spirits, but
I think you did a little bit.
Yeah, no, I was aiming to show what I can do up that first climb and then hopefully hang on for the next 2 stages, yeah.
And I noticed that you had quite a support team.
Yes.
In the crowd. You've got your partner, your father and your uncle.
Yes.
And it seemed to me like there was a tether between them. The louder they shouted, the harder you ride it.
Yeah.
What does it mean to have them here in Abu Dhabi with you?
Yeah, everything. It's so cool to have them here. Like, they've been watching every race. Dad turns up, my partner's there every weekend, my uncle watches online. Like, it's brilliant. So it's so cool to have them here. Yeah.
And it's just such a wonderful spectacle to have it here in person in Abu Dhabi. What does it bring to have your competitors that you normally just see on a screen side by side?
I think, it sort of brings a different element to it, but it's wicked because we don't see each other, we don't get to see how everyone races, what everyone looks like. So it's cool to bring it all together and get to race each other in person.
Oh, I think a lot of them are going to remember what you look like, Kate. So you're now a 2-time world champion. What does that mean to you?
Honestly, I'm not sure yet. I'm still kind of letting it sink in. I was so wrapped with last year and the year I've had, so to get this is like, I couldn't have had a better year.
Yeah, well, it was an absolute pleasure to watch you. Ladies and gentlemen, our world champion, Kate McCarthy.
Thank you.
Thank you. What an incredible race that was. That's all from here.
Thanks very much, Katie. And what exceptional interviews with the 3 medal winners. Well, I'm joined by 2 very special guests we welcome here to Abu Dhabi, and between them, of course, they've got multiple world titles. A very warm welcome, Peter Sagan and Tadej Pogacar. Great to see you here in Abu Dhabi. Peter, firstly to you, you're an ambassador for MyWhoosh, the platform that we're racing on. We've just seen those 3 riders take their titles. You must remember taking your world title. What did it mean to you to take those rainbow bands?
Yeah, thank you. Hello, good evening, everyone. And what does it mean? It's something special, you know, like when it happened first time, it was a big surprise for me, and second one was a even bigger surprise, and third one, it was amazing.
It was historic.
Yeah. And after I tried also 4th time, but it was a little bit, I had a little bit bad luck, but
yes.
But it was okay. And well, I'm very happy what I achieved, and now I can cheer for Tadej that he's going to make it again next year.
He's going to try and do the 3rd. We'll see if that happens. Tadej, when you walked in here, we just spoke briefly about what we've witnessed so far in the Women's Championship. The Men's Championship is coming up. This sport's brutal.
Yeah, it is brutal sport, and yeah, they go really, really deep on a home trainer, and yeah, I cannot imagine doing this myself.
We've seen the way that they ride, and it is almost a different sport, the way that they've developed it to get the technique and to learn the game.
Yeah, I think yeah, it's evolving the sport, and also the techniques along the way, and yeah, you see them riding differently than I would if I would go on home trainer now, and yeah, they go a lot standing up out of the saddle, low cadence, and yeah, it's interesting to see where this sport will go in the future.
Now, both of you are linked with MyWhoosh, of course, because Tadej, when we watch you in the Tour de France, you have MyWhoosh on the shorts. We see it for 3 weeks in the entire time when you're on the attack. And Peter, as an ambassador, both of you have ridden the platform. It's really intuitive, isn't it, the way that you ride, and you have to learn the game, Peter.
Yeah, for sure you have to learn, but that's what they are racing for, right? Like for sure, if you pedal on the home trainer bike, is you know, the different technique of pedaling, and you can feel it even when you out of the saddle, that your bicycle is not moving. You know that everything is different. And for sure, if you see the cadence, what they are doing, that they are going much low cadence, like what we used to in the normal ride outside. And it's pretty interesting for me to watch, you know, like how they are doing and how much is difference from outside to indoor, you know. Yeah. And it's beautiful. And well, I ride platform few times, but mostly with people, like social ride, you know. I try to do some ride to explain like how to work out on the bicycle, on the home trainer. And well, after I had a lot of fun with people, they asked me a few questions, and I took it more for fun to ride with people, you know, and I had some interesting story to tell, and the people were happy that I enjoyed, you know, for a few weeks, and for sure we are going to do some more rides.
Great. It's a community thing, isn't it? It's taken you away from being at home, not being able to get out on your bikes. You know, not everyone is a professional rider who rides hours a day, Tadej. It's a great way of bringing people together.
Yeah, it's true. Not everyone has the same opportunity as me to ride every day 5-6 hours outside on the bike, and yeah, some people live in big cities or in cold places where it's difficult to train outside. So to go indoors and have a real community indoors on MyWhoosh, it's really nice, and yeah, I think it means a lot to people that cannot go every day out.
Do you think you'd ever want to ride the Esports World Championship, or do you just think, I'll stay away from this? This is difficult.
For now, I stay away. I can come and comment next time or something.
You're very welcome whenever you want.
Yeah, but for now, I'm happy with my racing outside.
Yeah. Just concentrate on the Tour de France. That's what we want to see.
Even if Tadej wants to race, he has to qualify. That's another thing.
Yeah, you've got to get yourself through all these different rounds.
And honestly, I don't know if I would make it.
Really?
Yeah,
don't worry, they're gonna push you. Yeah. Don't worry.
You will be my trainer, my coach.
I can be. I can be.
Yeah. Okay, that would be a dynamic
I can
duo.
give you all my experience, you know.
What a dynamic duo that would be. Sagan and Pogačar together on MyWhoosh. That would be pretty exceptional. The men's race is coming up. We're here in Abu Dhabi. We look at this backdrop, Tadej. Abu Dhabi does not do anything by half, do they?
No, they go all in, always. And,
yes.
It's coming men's race, and I think we will see some all-ins also here, as also was in the women's race. So I think we have a really interesting race in front of us.
Yeah, you're looking forward to the men's race, Peter?
Yeah, sure. That's why I'm here. I'm very curious to see how they are going to race. And well, I think I was talking with Jason yesterday that he's in pretty good shape. Then I'm very curious if we are going to find somebody stronger than Jason, but you'll see.
Jason's an interesting rider, isn't he, Tadej? Because he rode for Alpecin de Koning, he rode the Vuelta, he was in the breakaway in Liège-Bastogne-Liège for over 200k, and then he just quit and said, I want to go back to esports. Amazing, isn't it?
Maybe he's just smarter than us. We are 6 hours racing, and he will be racing for what, 1 hour maybe here. So
yeah,
it's less long and effort. So
exactly,
it's pretty good if you ask me.
He's done the right thing.
Yeah, and he's not risking the crashes, you know.
Yeah, also
that's true. There's no crashing going on in here.
Or a bad weather.
All bad weather, exactly. So Jason Osborne, Peter, as you said, is the race favourite. We're looking forward to seeing how he does. Guys, it's an absolute pleasure. Thank you for being here in Abu Dhabi. The two of you have been, for all of us, are just such great riders to have watched, Peter, during your career.
Tadej still.
And Tadej now. And Tadej, we meet each other throughout the season, and it's always wonderful to talk and catch up, particularly in the off-season, Tadej, when you get the chance to come here to Abu Dhabi. Thank you to both of you.
Thank you.
Enjoy the men's race, and thanks for giving us your insights. So, Tadej Pogačar, Peter Sagan join us here in Abu Dhabi at these Esports World Championships. Two great champions looking out to see what's going to happen. We're going to take a little bit of a break. We'll be back soon.
Bye-bye.
Welcome back to the 2025 UCI Esports World Championships. What an incredible race we just witnessed in the women, but now it's time for the men's race.
أهلا وسهلا بكم مرة أخرى في بطولة العالم للدراجات الإلكترونية لعام 2025 UCI. يا له من سباق كان رائعا جدا، والآن حان وقت سباق الرجال.
Away the title of the UCI 2024 Cycling Esports World Champion.
And now it's time to meet the men's finalists of the 2025 UCI Cycling Esports World Championships.
والآن حان الوقت لنرحب معا بالمتسابقين في بطولة العالم للدراجات الإلكترونية UCI 2025 للرجال.
Welcome Matthias Van Hey and Howard Yelness.
Make some noise for Jasper Paradines and Thomas Thrall.
Put your hands together for Ricardo Panizza and Ruben Dont.
give it up for Neil Friette and Niall Pedersen.
Show your support for Kjell Power and Stefan van Alst.
Welcome to the stage, Michael Kaminsky and Daniel Turek.
Let's hear it for Pavel Shasky and Leonard Togles.
Welcome to the stage, Bjorn Andrisi and Joshua Harris.
Big cheer for Ollie Jones and Hayden Pucker.
And now let's welcome last year's runner-up, Lionel Vujason. And last year's third place finisher, Casper Bormans.
Finally, your defending 2024 UCI Cycling Esports World Champion, Jason Osborne. Now that we have all our male riders on stage, let's hand it over to our expert broadcast teams from around the world to take us through all the action.
Welcome back. The Men's World Championship is about to start here in Abu Dhabi. As the riders now are on their bikes, they're getting prepared, they're getting ready for what is going to be 3 tough races to decide where those rainbow bands are going to go in the next couple of hours. They've fought their way through the semi-finals, they've found their way here to Abu Dhabi, and it's going to be an exceptional next couple of hours. Hayley, the men are ready. We've seen the women race. That was something enthralling for all of those races. Now we start with the men's. We go back to the first course.
Yeah, and again, it's the men have had a chance to ride these courses in their semi-finals. Now, obviously, the viewers have the excitement knowing what's coming up, and we're going to see some absolutely epic racing from these men tonight.
So Jason Osborne has won this title twice. He was the first winner in 2020, then went on the road, and now he came back to esports racing, won it in 2024. We see there Jay Vine, who of course is such a fantastic member of Tadej Pogacar's UAE Team Emirates XRG squad, and Bjorn Andreasen was the winner in 2023. So Osborne is the man to beat here.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually what people might notice is that unfortunately we've only got 21 men on the stage this evening, not 22, because Michael Vink, who probably would have been Jason Osborne's closest competitor, is unfortunately unwell and has had to pull out at the last moment. So maybe that gives Jason a bit more confidence, but he's been in exceptional form, and I think we're going to see some dominant racing from him this evening.
So Michael Vink was second in the semi-finals. He finished with 480 points. Jason had 532, so a nice big advantage. There's also one other rider who's not here from the top 10.
From the semi-finals? Yes. So Marshall Wu, he crashed, I believe, in a training ride, and so he was unable to take up his spot from the semi-finals, and so that spot then went to the next rider down.
Okay, so we've got the lineup. The riders are just going to spin the legs and get themselves going. Let's take a look at the courses just to remind everyone as to what we're going to see. Course number 1 is the Mountains Verdict. That's where we go into the elimination, which is my favourite bit of the night.
And actually, one of the most exciting things for me this evening for this course is that Jason Osborne was very, very close in that semi-final race to reaching the top. And, you know, this course has almost been designed so that the top cannot be reached. So I really want him to go to the top. But obviously, he also has to bear in mind that he's then got 2 further races, which possibly will see more sprints, which may not be his personal forte. So how much does he try to get to the top and get as many points as possible versus how much does he save for the later races?
When we saw Kate McCarthy, she rode for nearly 19 minutes, around about 19 minutes. That was a long, long way through the ultimate 24 minutes that this course can go to. If he makes it, it's going to be a big moment in esports racing.
I really want him to.
Do you?
I'm kind of on the edge of my seat. Will he make it? Will he make it? But yeah, I mean, a 24-minute effort is a big effort. It's a long effort, and there is that question of how good does he feel once he starts racing tonight? What do his legs say? And is the kind of, you know, the ability to say I got to the top worth it for potentially what it might take out of his legs for the next 2 events?
It's got to be worth it. The kudos, Katie, and welcome back to you, of getting to the end of that elimination race and reaching the top of that mountain.
It's old school bragging rights, like plain and simple. I think beyond what an impact it would have on your standing in the race, and we saw the confidence that Kate McCarthy took from such a dominant performance in that round 1. I think, it's not just gold medals on offers tonight. A few bragging rights and a few other things. And, as the women were nervous backstage before, you could really sense that amongst the men as well.
You've been behind the stage with the women now they've finished. Did you get any sense of what this experience has been like?
Relief from a lot of them. And I think that they came in with big goals, big ambitions, and also a lot of nerves. And to a degree, I think they were all just really pleased that it was over and that they did what they expected insofar as nothing went wrong.
Yeah.
And you can't say something goes wrong when you don't perform how you want to, but there's all other things that can go wrong. It all went to plan, and so they were pretty happy.
Hayley.
I think obviously there's the release of the pressure, the build-up, but also, I mean, as Katie will know, as I very well know, that last race of the season, it's now their off-season. Maybe they'll still be racing Sunday Race Club, but this is the big one at the end of the year, and they've been counting down the hours. In fact, I spoke to one of the men this morning at the hotel, and I already got the message, it's 9 hours until my off-season starts. So as much as they really want to perform tonight, then the kind of the holiday vibes afterwards will also be there.
Yeah, tomorrow in Abu Dhabi will be great. Here's stage 2. Hayley, just remind us briefly about the Punchers Playground.
Yeah, so as we mentioned before, there are 5 opportunities where riders can score points. Maximum points 40, descending by 2 points for every placing after first place. So you've got a sprint at 2.6, and then you've got this climbing segment, which is actually very rolling. After just over 6 kilometres, so halfway through the race. You've then got another sprint point before the final climb, and then after the final climb, it's not quite all downhill, but mostly downhill to the finish at 12 kilometres.
Well, there we go. That's the Punchers Playground. That's where you can pick up a lot of points. There's the profile that the riders will face. Let's remind you of the points. So that's the points allocation, Hayley, and that's critical to get yourself in a good position for the final race.
Absolutely, and what we saw in the women's racing was Kate McCarthy basically took almost maximum points on that stage. I think it's going to be a different scenario in the men's race. I think we're going to see the points maybe being allocated, between more riders, but it really is decisive. And then it'll be a case of what energy do riders save versus what do they expend before heading into the final race, where again there are a lot of points on offer.
Katie, let's take a look at stage 3.
Well, there's 200 points on offer in stage 2, 180 in stage 3. 20 less, they'll be a little bit more fatigued. It is a sprint every lap, 8 laps. If you look at the profile, it looks like 2 climbs. It's kind of 2.5, sort of 3 real efforts. And we certainly saw in the women's race that they're doing a lot to set up that sprint well in advance of the final couple of 100 metres. It's really happening, the acceleration before that second climb. And it came down, literally the podium came down to that final sprint.
It did.
That final sprint, it was, you know, between Tomasi and Alberg. You didn't know, even as they crossed the line, because you were waiting for the calculation. That's what I'm expecting in the men's race as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw a lot of changes in those podium positions and the riders in 4th, 5th, 6th during the stage 3 in the women's race. As some of the fatigue set in from the earlier races, and then the efforts just with the repeated climbs, the repeated sprints in that 3rd stage. We saw some riders just about managing to hold on. The timing for the sprint points was really crucial, getting the timing right and whether any riders were in between different placings. It made it really exciting, and it really was a case of waiting to see where the points fell and what the final allocation was. And in the end, there was 1 point between a bronze medal and 4th.
Yeah, amazing. We're going to just take a look at this man, Jason Osborne. He is the rider that everybody's trying to beat. Let's find out about him.
Having a sporting career, and like I've been doing, basically started with rowing when I was 10 years old, and then it just kind of like is part of my life. I can't just think of doing anything else really at the moment. There will be a time in life where I will have to switch, but for the moment I'm still happy with this lifestyle. My name is Jason Osborne. I'm the current Esports World Champion. Well, I've been representing my country for quite some years now. Of course, it's always special, but like for me, it's not, I'm used to it, and it's not like giving me loads of pressure or whatever, like it's just a normal thing. Who's one rider I'm nervous, excited to race against? Names like Ollie Jones will be a big contender. Like he was having some issues last year at Worlds, so he was not at his best. But then there's like a handful of others that are always have to be on your radar. The biggest event of the year. Lots of people are watching. On the stage it's an intense environment. Everyone is like focused and like not as easy to stay calm at some points, I guess. So it's for me actually also good to have the pressure, because I can perform really well with pressure. On race day I'm gonna be ready.
Jason Osborne, he is the rider that everybody is aiming at. He is the rider who has won this title on 2 different occasions. Can he now win a hat-trick of victories? A little bit like Peter Sagan, who was our guest just a few moments ago. It's a pretty special moment now for Osborne as he encounters the rest of the riders that he now faces. Let's go to our commentary team, to Matt Payne and Emma Martin, as we start the Men's World Championship.
Thank you very much, Anthony, Hayley and Katie. We're going into stage 1 of the men's competition. It's time for our riders to complete their final countdown. There's final checks here, and whilst Jason Osborne might be the hot favourite behind him, there's a whole host of contenders. In fact, pretty much every other rider on that stage has got a good chance of being in that fight for the medals.
Well, 21 men on the stage from 12 different countries. 7 riders from Belgium, for those people who have been spotting those jerseys, all lined up. And well, the World Championships is go.
So time for our riders to evade the drone with that chase line that will be following them. You can see the riders on the right-hand side of the screen. You see those individual rider cams that shows each of those individual faces on the way through. And I think for me, there's two things really that came out of that conversations earlier on that we just heard with the team at the analyst desk there. And what is Jason Osborne? Can he make it? Everyone's like, can he make it? Can he make it to the top? For me, it's about those points. I mean, Jason Osborne, if he goes up there, he could be untouchable because behind the points gaps, he just has to have a reasonable day behind everybody else on stages 2 and 3 if he has a good enough stage 1.
Well, I think Haley was talking initially about the withdrawal due to illness of Michael Vink and he possibly being the rider that could challenge Jason Osborne. I think psychologically there's two things there. Either there's the, oh my goodness, we can't catch Jason Osborne, what we're going to do. But there's also the, right, okay, let's bring it on. And you've got 20 other riders on that stage who are absolutely going to bring on their A game today, and they are going to battle it out.
And they're battling it out now for what is potentially going to be a silver medal as we see a kick-off down the road. Now, this is a tactic that has been employed by the man known as Farm Watts himself. Phenomenal power, one of our biggest riders in the race, but he's known for going on the offensive. He's going to take the racing to everybody else. He's already doing this. Hayden Pucker from the United States of America.
Yeah, Hayden Pucker, what a star. Came into the World Championships in 2024 as an under-23, still an under-23 rider. Took 5th place last year, and he's got better and better and better. He also took the National Championships this year from the United States, and a very proud wearer of that jersey. Well, the chase line is activated now in the race. Skierski, Osborne, Pucker, Kaminski, Tugels, Turek, Dont. There are so many names in this race who could be in the mix. I don't know who to pick.
You sitting on the fence? Never. Let's see if we can get Emma off that fence before we get to the end of the show in terms of medals. We will have to see. Now, there's some of our riders have regularly proved themselves in racing on the Sunday Race Club each and every Sunday on MyWhoosh. Some of them, though, probably find that this format that we have for the World Championships really suits their riding style and how they want to go out and race. We saw already Hayden Pucker on the offensive doing that. We're going to see riders potentially who are going to maybe just look for this points race to really suit them, and they're going to be buoyed by that.
They are.
And a bit like the new cycling Esports League on through the week that's coming up from MyWhoosh. That's going to be the same thing. It's short, it's punchy, it's a different style of racing, so it does leave it a bit more wide open.
It does leave it a bit wide open, and Jason Osborne on the top of your screen, line with Yassin, who took the silver medal last year on the bottom. A bit of strapping to the arm and elbow. I believe there was a little off in a ride earlier on in the week, but Yassin, what a silver medal. What a battle last year he took to do that, and he's been coming into some superb form. One of the wild cards for this because he didn't race the semi-finals. Leonard Tugels right at the front, another rider from Belgium on your screen at the moment, alongside Osborne and Kaminski. Tugels, for me, has been riding really, really strongly. This is a great course for him, stage 1. Another rider who is going strongly at the moment, Paweł Skierski, another under-23 rider from Poland this time. He should be, I think, potentially the rider closest to Osborne on stage 1, though that will not potentially be the case as we go through the latter stages, because there's a number of riders who presume stage 2 and stage 3 are going to be, well, just amazing points hauls.
They are, and I think that's where this chase and this battle potentially behind Jason Osborne could come to a real mathematical conundrum, really, because the riders going through it, when it's clear between the riders, doing the maths on the bike and on the move is going to be really key. And we've got some very smart riders here. We've got some very intuitive riders as well who just seem to read a race and read a ride. They're taking in all the data, all the power, they're watching the race, and they do it without even thinking. However, when you've got so many riders potentially coming into contention in the later stages, particularly for the silver and the bronze medal, behind potentially Jason Osborne doing a repeat win, I think it really does make it that bit harder.
Yeah, though, for me, this year I've really been paying close attention on the build-up to the finals, and one of the things this year I think is slightly different. Last year we saw a lot of the riders targeting the semi-finals, wanting to ensure the qualification process, and perhaps the peak was too early. this time round, I think as we've seen in the women's race, and I think we're going to see in the men's race, riders have learned from that, and the peak this year is definitely for the World Championship final. The qualification race back in October, now we're in November, and there's been a solid block of training in between. Dont, Fryatt, Osborne, Van Elst, through Yassin, everybody is still in this group, and it is a group after 5.5 minutes of racing.
And in terms of previous performances, the semi-finals had a lot more riders in there. The points were allocated out in the same way, so there was less, the odds were less of actually taking those points. However, this is not about qualification. This is not about getting through in the top 20. This is about going through and absolutely nailing this and taking away a medal to put yourself in position. You talked earlier on about Paweł Skierski. He's a rider who we know is good on the climb in qualification. In this stage, he was absolutely flying. He had the third best points haul on stage 1, and he's also a rider who's got a great sprint as well, with plenty of power, and really another of those riders who's super focused on this championships.
Well, and I also think he's one of the riders, and there are a number of them on your screen at the moment, who really want this. There's a lot of riders out there for whom this is absolutely the showcase of where they want to show what they can do, and he is one of those. Stefan Van Elst and the rest of the Belgium team. Matthias Van He on the top of your screen. Honestly, I could not speak to anybody who was more excited to be on that stage. He was absolutely phenomenal on stage 3 of the semi-finals, and he earned his spot literally in the last 2 sprints. What a story, and it's been a brilliant opportunity for him, and superb to see him on the stage in the mix, and I know he'll give it everything.
And Leonard Chugels at the moment of the Belgian squad on the move, on the front, forcing a move from Kaminski here to chase. Osborne marking the moves, marking that attack, marking that push from Chugels, who's on the front. You just see Chugels lifting it to 7.1, 7.2 watts per kilo, putting down the power, going onto the front and really starting to make it hard. It's not breaking up that group. And at the moment, the Belgian squad on the front with Chugels, and the answer's coming from Kaminski. We've seen the Polish riders of Kaminski and Skierski looking at this and thinking, right, well, we're going to look and mark this out as well. Osborne at the moment, he can just sit on these wheels. He knows that he's got the power, and he's just thinking now, where do I wait? When do I go? The chase is now within 1 kilometre of our riders at 900 metres. It's on its way, but with these riders on this course, they know that they need to score points now. There's nobody who's a weak rider in this. You don't make the finals unless you are the best of the best.
There are riders with different strengths, absolutely, yes, but is there a weak rider? No, definitely not. Now, in the semi-finals on stage 1, 17 minutes to 21 minutes are the times we saw in the men's race. Jason Osborne was out on course for 21 minutes in the semi-finals. 24 minutes is the maximum time available. There's been a lot of questions about whether he will or can. I think those are 2 very different questions. Can he make it to the top versus will he make it to the top? Of 2 different things. One's strategic and tactical, one's physiological.
The can and will may be the same thing, though, to be fair. I think if you were Jason Osborne and you could put that big points all in, surely you're going to take it. It just depends on how deep he's going to go. He's got so much experience, as we saw earlier on. Very first world champion. Hayden Pucker, the experience that he had at the first championship for him, which was last year, an in-person championship. He really has upped his game. He knows he's got to be in contention, particularly when we see breaks like this. We're seeing the gaps opening. We're starting to see riders being split from that leading in the group, from the very front of the group. And at the moment, there's a number of riders starting to get into trouble. Van He, Power, Gednes, Thrall, Panizza at the moment. Paradian's in trouble at the back here. And the gap is starting to open up. There's about 15 riders in contention. The back of that group, that's Stefan Van Elst, the Belgian riders. We see Neil Fryatt now widening it up on the front again.
Can I just tell you, do not discount Neil Fryatt, because he's got a phenomenal sprint on him, and that's how I would rank Neil Fryatt as a sprinter. What he is doing right now, being in the mix on the front of this pack, absolute credit to him, because he is setting himself up for a fantastic World Championships.
So as this group of 15 riders start to pull clear, Mikhail Kaminski, Paweł in the mix in that group. The two Polish riders on your screens. You can see that effort going in at the moment. Still both looking very, very controlled as the move goes. The attack is on at the front of the race to come across here.
Well, Kaminski is one of the riders I've got my eyes on over the next 3 stages because he's been getting better and better. His climbing and his sprinting has really been hitting the nail. But right now, at the moment, you can see riders going down the front. Well, I saw a US jersey, but I've also seen Jason Osborne. It's the German rider now starting to open it up. Neil Fryatt is the rider responding from the USA. Interesting move. Fryatt took the win on the first stage in the World Championships in 2024. Is he aiming to do it again?
He might aim, but he's not going to make it. You're up against Jason Osborne, who now is kicking at 7 watts per kilo. He went clear at nearly 9 watts per kilo. He came across the front and he went past. We were saying earlier on in the show, the comment was made very early on in the run into the men's race that some riders are championship riders. Neil Fryatt, you give him the big stage, you give him the championship. Neil Fryatt really, really delivers time and time again. It's almost like an on-off switch. Is it a big stage? Yes, okay, I'll come out and play my A game. Is it not a major event? Oh, yeah, I suppose I can turn him. It really just seems to pull it out and be so switched on. As Osborne now starting to accelerate 10 seconds, the gap pretty much to Fryatt at the moment. From Fryatt to Skierski, a further 4 seconds behind. You can see the gap behind Neil Fryatt's avatar to Skierski, who's leading the chase. And it's this response now for me that's going to be very, very telling. Osborne in 1, Fryatt in 2, Skierski, Tugels, Kaminski, Jones is in the mix, Pedersen's in here, former world champion Bjorn Andreasen in the mix, and he took his win with a lone breakaway. Very difficult to do on this format now, but he's coming on to form as well.
He is, and for me, stage 2 and stage 3, I think you need to keep your eyes peeled for Andreasen. I need to keep your eyes peeled for Ollie Jones in stage 2 and stage 3, and I think everyone's going to be worried about Jones because he's been turning in sprints at over 17 watts per kilo recently.
Yep, turned into almost a super sprinter in the stage racing that took place on MyWhoosh in the summer. 7 stages across 8 days. A great competition available to watch on the MyWhoosh YouTube channel as we start to see the drone coming into sight behind the lost rider on the road. Matthias Van He, the Belgian rider, at the moment in 21st place. He knows the drone's coming. It's less than 100 metres behind him. It's going to try and sweep him up. He's going to want to maximise his point score. Van He very good when it comes to punchy race routes. The heart rate right up at 197 beats per minute, and it still climbs. We'll see if it stays up there. At the moment, over 400 watts. He knows that drone is coming. The points total is being amassed. He's at 154 points at the moment, so this is going to be a good points score as he gets caught. The drone is on its way. How long can he hold on here? It's on his wheels. It hits. He's eliminated.
Well, expect to see more of Van He later because he is a super sprinter. The first rider eliminated here on the men's championship stage 1.
So Van He eliminated, and in fact I think we're going to see our next riders in danger of being caught here because Van He eliminated with 158 points. Havok Gednes going with 160 points behind the leaders at the moment. Jasper Paradis 164.3. Now 4 riders gone. Panizza's just been caught as well. And once it starts catching, it catches quick. And we saw that in the semi-finals. There was 1 or 2 riders being caught up until the sort of 15-minute mark. And then it was just one after the other, after the other, after the other.
And I think that what shows is just the depth of the race field and how so well matched they are because they are still really closely bunched together. We've got Osborne off the front at the moment. We've got Paweł Skierski in 2, Leonard Tugels in 3, Lana Vujasin doing a phenomenal job at the moment in 4. Mikhail Kaminski is there as well. Hayden Pucker is with Josh Harris at the moment. Ruben Dont and Casper Borman's just ahead of them. Pucker, you can see the work on his face at the moment. He's just pushed above Harris on the road, but that line is coming, and it is coming so quickly.
So it's elimination time for two more riders. We've seen Van Higo, Gednes, Paradians, Thrall, Panizza, Power, all being caught by the chase line. And it looks to me like our next riders, Joshua Harris and Hayden Parker, have been taken out at points 176 for Harris, 177 for Parker. As the next group gets caught, we've hit that magic 15-minute mark. I did say it was going to come thick and fast, and it's another 4 riders that have been eliminated here, and that is going to be Casper Bormans, the bronze medalist from last year, with Ruben Dont, Daniel Churich and Stefan van Elst.
Well, 9 riders still out on the course. Osborne, Skierski, Tugels, Kaminsky, Vujasin, Andreasen, Jones, Pedersen and Fryatt. Neil Fryatt on your screen at the moment alongside Niall Pedersen. The 2 riders who could be the next to go. Well, it's Pedersen of Norway who is going to be taken out and eliminated by the chase line. Fryatt, I tell you something, Fryatt is doing a sterling job of hanging on. He is absolutely chasing rainbows today.
He certainly is. He's on his way up here. He's holding that pace line off. He's overtaking rider after rider. This is almost a sprint finish. And look at this, Fryatt. He's propelled himself up into what is going to be 6th place here on the stage. Phenomenal ride by Neil Fryatt, the man who astounded us on stage 1 in 2024, has done the same once again on stage 1 here. Another phenomenal performance up at the front. Jason Osborne at the moment is clear of Pavel Skierski, Leonard Tugels and Mikko Kaminsky, but it shows you just how close this racing is at the moment. We are down to 3 riders, Osborne, Skierski and Tugels. Skierski and Tugels are separated by about 3 seconds on the course at the moment. Osborne has got the gap, but is he going to go? Is he going to say enough, let's call it a day, I've got more points than everybody else, and save his energy? We're down to 2. Skierski now with Osborne, the 2 riders left, everybody else eliminated.
Yeah, so Pavel Skierski, the rider next with the chase line behind. Well, they are both up and out of the saddle. They are battling to stay ahead of the chase line at the moment. And Pavel Skierski, absolutely everything being given by the young rider from Poland at the moment. He's chasing Jason Osborne. He's being chased by the chase line, that drone, the red line behind him. He's holding it, he's holding it. Whoa! Skierski gets eliminated. There's just Jason Osborne out on course.
So 1 rider left. His stated aim at before this was to get to the top 24 minutes, and there is no way he's going to do this. Really interesting. We know that he's capable on this course of getting 252 points. He proved that in the semi-finals. He's a long way from that at the moment. You see the points totals are starting to formulate. At the moment, Jason Osborne's points are only just over that 200-point marker. He's currently on 211 points. He's a long way off that 252 that he's set in those semi-finals. Is this a more conservative, a more managed approach here from Osborne, who's not gone as hard, or is this not the same form that he had at the semi-finals? This is a phenomenal performance. He's still the best of the riders in our final here today.
He is indeed, and he's continuing to climb. He's continuing to dance on those pedals because Jason Osborne is continuing to stay ahead of that chase line. He's come in as the defending champion from 2024, and he is in stage 1, just showing us the dominance that he's had this year and that he wants to take away that jersey for 2025. There's 20 riders who are going to battle him for it, but Jason Osborne sets the fastest. Well, he sets the most points and puts those points in his back pocket on stage 1.
Fastest rider on course, stayed away from that chase line for as long as possible. 221 points for Osborne, ahead of 206 for Skierski in second place on the stage. All the rest of the riders are less than 200 points in the bank, but the gaps are not huge. They are definitely a case of being super close behind. We're talking 1 or 2 points between lots of these riders. There's going to be some serious questions asked now, I think, of Jason Osborne. Is this pace, is this form? We will have to see. So I think it's time for us to head down and hand over to Anthony, to Hayley and to Katie. I bet you enjoyed that.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah, we certainly enjoyed that here in the arena here in Abu Dhabi. That was another exceptional performance. Katie, Hayley, he didn't make it to the top, did he?
Oh, I think that's the least story we can take from that. I was really interested in the difference that we saw from the women in that Hayden Pucker, he went out early and he went out hard and tried to create a gap before they did get into climbing in earnest. Look, it didn't necessarily work, but good on him, because I really do think that fortune favours the brave, and this is the arena to do it.
He listened to your tactics.
Well, no, we'll see in race two. That's where you've got to be really brave.
Hayley, what did you notice?
I mean, Hayden's always great to watch like that because he does it week in, week out on Sunday Race Club. There'll be a descent coming up and you look at the profile and you think, is Hayden going to go there? Oh, yeah, there he goes. So, yeah, I mean, he's always a fun rider to watch. I think in this men's race, actually, it stayed together for a lot longer. It took a while for that chase line to start catching the riders, but as soon as it did, they went pretty fast, and the riders kind of fell away more quickly than maybe I would have expected. But I think, especially in this men's race, they need to be thinking about tactics in the next two races, and maybe riders are weighing up how much effort they put in now versus how much they're going to need to be competitive and how many points they can pick up in the next two stages, which have a lot of sprint points on offer.
I'm wondering, we're now at what is nearly 8:30 in the evening here in Abu Dhabi, and the riders have been here for a few days and they will have settled into the rhythm and the time zones and everything. Is there any impact on the athletic performance at 8:30 at night?
Well, it's 8:30 at night here. It's 2:30 or 3:30 in Australia. For Josh Harris, it would be 3:30 local time from where he's come from. Does it affect performance? Nah, I don't know that it necessarily does for a one-off day. If you expected to back up and recover day after day, definitely it has an impact. But I think they all came around the same time. They're all battling the same things. Some bigger time zone differences than others, but I don't think that's what's going to come into play necessarily.
Okay. You know these riders well, you've watched them. How did you see anything in their body language, the way they rode, particularly the top riders when we look at Osborne, Ski, those riders? Did you notice anything that told you they were on form, not quite where you expected them to be, or anything like that?
I think the riders, the results from that stage are mostly where I expected to see people. I thought Jason looked pretty under control for most of the race, and the thing with watching the men is a lot of them have this very low cadence, so the riding style almost looks more controlled than if it's a high cadence and fast and a bit frantic. So sometimes they actually have more of a poker face, and it's difficult to tell unless you're really, really close exactly how they're feeling. But yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what happens in the next race and what the tactics are and who goes for these sprint points.
Ollie Jones is down in 8th place. We saw him in 5th place in the semi-final. Did that first race not suit him? Is he more suited to another of our courses?
Ollie's a really fast finisher. He's been getting some really exceptional results in the last few months, week in, week out on Sunday Race Club. And for me, I kind of thought that if he limited his losses a little bit in this first race, and the closer he could get in points to, for example, Jason Osborne at the top, the better his chances were going to be in terms of ending up on the podium at the end of the 3 races, because I think the next few races will suit his strengths really, really well.
Well, let's see whether he starts to climb. We've, of course, got Andreasen. He's won the title before. He's poised nicely.
Yeah, absolutely. I think actually the points gaps are quite small in this men's race. They're a lot smaller than maybe we saw some of the gaps in the women's race, and it's going to make for some really exciting racing and some interesting tactics as well. You do have groups of riders from the same nation, and it'll be interesting to see whether any of the nations can use some of those numbers to help move a certain rider up the standings, or whether they'll play a more individual game.
Things will shuffle around a little bit. Let's take a look at our second course then, shall we? Just remind us of what we're going to see in around about 5 minutes' time as the riders go through that recovery. Katie, can you talk us through the Punchers Playground?
Well, the Punchers Playground, we've got 5 opportunities out there to get some points. They are punchy climbs early on, but The final climb has a sprint just before it that you can earn points, and then it's a 1 kilometre climb with an average of 9.8% gradient. Ouch, is all I'll say to that. Really good point, Hayley, about the nations and the numbers, because Belgium very clearly has a real advantage in terms of numbers. In race 1, it doesn't really matter. You are just riding as fast and as much as you can. Yeah. But if we look at this course, there really is opportunity to help and to protect riders if they decide to do that. The rolly climbs, they can do a lot of damage if somebody attacks at the right point. And it really is a protagonist. Hayden Pucker, I mean, he's the kind of rider that will take that opportunity. And also, there'll be some riders that do hesitate, because you can't ride for 12 kilometres like you're riding a 1 kilometre race. It just doesn't work. You will run out at some point. You'll hit red line and you can't recover.
I think one of the difficulties is as well, which we saw in the third race for the women, is if you're caught napping or if you do hesitate for that fraction of a second, you can slip really far back in the group. And as soon as you find yourself out of the draft, it is really, really difficult to get yourself back in. And you have to expend a lot of energy to move back forwards in that group. And you can't afford to be expending extra little bits of energy when it's already taking so much to gain points at these sprint points, at the King of the Mountains points. So every little bit of wasted energy is just a match burnt that you're not going to get back.
And they need to take the opportunity between these races to hydrate and drink, because it's really difficult, especially with their riding style out of the seat, to actually take a drink. We noticed.
So I was amazed watching one of the riders out of the saddle, taking his bottle out of the bottle cage and taking a drink, and we were laughing
all
about
in one. That was seriously impressive. How he did that. But for the most part, they don't have a chance to take on any fuel or hydration. And you might think it's only 12 kilometres, you don't need to, but it's 3 times 12 kilometres with a gap in the middle. So actually, your energy requirements are very important.
Yeah, absolutely. It's almost like stage racing. You're not necessarily fueling for that stage, you're fueling for the next stage. And it's the same here. You're fueling for race 2 and then actually, almost more importantly, race 3. And we did see riders in the women's race really pay the price for the previous 2 races and fall off a little bit when actually they had been moving up.
And it's a funny thing in Australia, certainly when people watch sport, we tend to, create a whole snack bank for ourselves to even watch sport, let alone participate in it. And, I think these are high energy events, especially the way they attack them, because we're not seeing them roll for a couple of kilometres and then race. And in traditional outdoor racing, that is what you see. Even in the shorter events, even in track cycling, when it's a 25 kilometre points race or something, for half the time you're riding around the top of the track, getting that recovery. There's none of that here.
No, because you see the countdown and it's full on right from the start, and you are in the midst of it all. We're seeing the riders lose a lot of fluid. The sweating in here. You've got to be really careful. You can really come back and be bitten in the third race if you don't get this right.
Absolutely, and a lot of riders will have tracked things like their sweat rate and also the sodium concentration of their sweat, because you really risk things like cramp, and that can completely destroy your race.
Well, we're getting ready then for race number 2. The riders are heading to the Punchers Playground, and we're heading to Matt and Emma. Over to you. Let's see race number 2.
Well, do feel free to send over some of Katie's snack bag over in our direction in the commentary box. Always well appreciated, that hydration and the snacks as well. Emma, the riders racing on stage 1 coming into stage 2, we're seeing a lot of the riders with less points scored than we saw in the semi-finals. This an indication for me. It's about maybe a more conservative approach. We touched on that in the stage 1, but are we going to see riders with more in the tank?
Well,
potentially later.
I think the level of competition, as we mentioned in stage 1, the depth of the competition here in this men's race, they are so looking at each other that saving something for stage 2 and stage 3, I think anybody who watched or heard, the men were in the arena when the women's race took place, strong racers who were in the top 5 or 6 going into stage 3, faded after lap 3, and it had a real big impact on the race. And I don't think any of these men want that. They want to be right to the wire because they know all those points count. 15 points Jason Osborne goes clear on stage 1, but only 16 points separate second from 9th place, with 1 point separating lots of riders. We're going to see a big shake-up in stage 2.
So it's time to head into stage 2, the Punchers Playground. 2 sprint checkpoints, 2 climb checkpoints, and that final finishing line to score points at. It's time to go racing once again here at the 2025 UCI Cycling Esports World Championships here in Abu Dhabi. The riders in person as their avatars race on MyWhoosh, racing their way around this custom-made world. Let's see which riders find this to be their second home.
Well, Friat, Skierski, Yasin, all at the front at the moment. In fact, there's a plethora of light blue Belgium jerseys out there. 7 men from Belgium on the start today for the UCI Cycling Esports World Championships. Turek, though, Pucker, Thrall as well, the Canadian champion, coming to the front of the pack.
So the group together at the moment as they hit this first little riser after that start line. Now we're going to see whose legs are still feeling the effects of stage 1. The checkpoints come at pretty regular intervals realistically through this, but the terrain is very, very much different. This first checkpoint is a good chance for some riders maybe to score who figure they're not going to make it over that climb with the leaders.
Yeah, and I think at that 2.6 kilometre marker it is sprint number 1, and I think you're right, Matt. I think there are riders who will be targeting that first sprint checkpoint because it is pre-climb. The second checkpoint is indeed the rolling 7 hills climb, then sprint 2, then climb 2, which is the big climb at the end of the course before the finish. All of those 5-point scoring opportunities are at 40 points on this lap, so there's a lot of points available. 200 points in total if someone made the clean sweep on stage 2.
Clean sweep, indeed. Well, it would be an incredible ride, but it's not beyond some of our riders if they were feeling aggressive. But what would be the price that they would pay on that third stage? Could they get enough of a gap? The gaps are certainly less than we saw in the women's race, and totally agree with the team that this really is, it's a lot closer racing between the riders. There's a lot smaller gaps. It's going to be maybe a little more tactical, but that just means each and every checkpoint counts more, and that's an added pressure to the riders.
And it's the first time in cycling esports, well, the second time really, these riders can take a look at each other across the stage and get a view of their race field. But at the moment, we got a big push going on the front at the moment at the 1.6 kilometre mark. It's Dan Turek, the rider from the Czech Republic. He's going long. It's 900 metres to that first checkpoint, but it's first across the line. And first across the line is where Dan Turek wants to go.
So Turek looking to score points, 13th position coming in to stage 2. His points total 180 points, tied with Stefan Van Els and Casper Bormans and Ruben Dont, 10th to what is 13th place. But Turek at the moment looking good behind. The wind-up's just starting to come from Panizza.
Yeah, it is indeed. Riccardo Panizza, the rider from Italy, now goes at 10 watts per kilo to try and close down the gap, but the gap is 6 seconds, and Turek's coming into the 300 metre to go line. Now it will be a frantic battle behind for the lesser points, but Turek, if he continues to drive, is going to take 40 points. But can the pack come? Panizza is leading it, Fright is there, so is Andreas, and Paradines is coming through. Bormans, Pedersen, Skierski, Van Hee. I said watch out for Matthias Van Hee on the sprints because he knows how to ride a pack and he knows how to get his timing right. But timing right on the first sprint day, Dan Turek comes through and picks up 40 points.
40 points for Turek. It's going to be 38 for Panizza. A good time to break away, just moving its way in and across. And you can see what that's done to the point scores overall. Dan Turek adding his points, and those points updating live as you saw that on your screen. So it's Osborne, Skierski, Tugels, Fryer and Kaminski, the top 5 as the riders have all gone through. Panizza adding to his points total up at 203. Good move by him, but now just a little bit out of the back of the group. He's actually off camera shot at the moment, chasing to get back in, whereas Tugels has made the group, and that is the danger. Riders can be distanced out of the back, and that means that extra work to be done for Ricardo Panizza to get back into the group.
A fraction of inattention going through a section thinking that someone's got to close down a gap. What you've got to remember is that rider closing down the gap from behind has the momentum in their favour, and you actually have to pick up the pace and dig in to get into the draft. It's not automatic that they sweep you up. You really have to watch it. But we do have riders closing down. In fact, Thomas Thrall, the rider from Canada, is going to get back into the pack. Osborne, Paradians, Bormans, Dont, Harris on the front of the group at the moment.
So Harris just leading them up over the top of the climb there, making his way through at the front. He led them up just over 5 watts per kilo, so still within the comfort zone of pretty much all of these riders as they go over the top. Ruben Dont, though, part of that Belgian squad, leading them down through, taking that momentum, but very quickly it changes. Fryatt and Jones up near the front, though, but there is an ever-present Belgian jersey within the front of this, a bit like cyclocross. There's just blue with the black and gold and red bands across it all over this race field, and they really are making sure they've got somebody right at the front at all times as this group continues to push on. The gaps have opened up behind. There are 20 riders in this leading group, and Ricardo Panizza, who we saw take second on that sprint, has been distanced. He's in 21st place, and he's watching this bunch that we can see on our screens at the moment ride off into the distance. Panizza's second stage at the moment looks like that is game over, and he's been distanced after that early effort. The world champion from last year, looking good, doesn't he?
Well, strategy and tactics. I'm just going back to Panizza because he's picked up really good points on the first checkpoint here. There are 8 opportunities to score points on stage 3, and Panizza may well have his eyes on those. Jason Osborne at the moment has got his eyes firmly glued to the screen because those blue jerseys are absolutely everywhere. Van He is in the mix, Paradians is in the mix, Osborne is paying close attention. Pucker and Fryatt, the 2 riders from the USA, are both in the group. In fact, Neil Fryatt doing a sterling job here at the UCI Cycling Esports World Championships of 2025. Mikhail Kaminski and Paweł Skierski, the 2 riders from Poland, also in the leading group.
So we've still got about 2k to go to the checkpoint, the climb checkpoint. It's this roller coaster section, the rise and fall, getting the momentum right, absolutely key. Casper Bormans right up at the front, the Finnish rider, the medalist from last year, looking at the moment like he's always making sure he's in the right place. Young rider, first cycling esports race, goes and takes a medal at the World Championships in 2024, gets signed up by the Bahrain Victorious Development Squad because of his performances on the road in the classics as a junior, and he took his medal. He was still at school.
Yeah, well, he is the youngest rider in the field for the World Championships across the men's and the women's race, and well, what a young rider to back.
What a rider to have on your squad, and picked up by that pro team. You can just see taking the rest there, just freewheeling on the way down, looking to get that heart rate down as the riders start to drop. 0 watts, heart rate 178, 176 and dropping, but you've got to kick again because this is the penultimate rise on the run into this checkpoint.
But his heart rate has just dropped 12 beats with that micro rest. Absolutely part and parcel of the tactical back pocket. You pull it out of the toolbox, exactly what you need.
Oh, great job done by him. Fantastic job done by Lionel Vajastin on the very first stage, on stage 1. I didn't know how he would go after that crash earlier on in the week out with his teammates, but it looks like he's done what he needed to do on the climb. But can he back it up here on these, on these roller coasters where you've really got to be pulling on the bars that little bit more?
Well, Lionel Vajastin is an absolute superstar of cycling esports. He has been around for a long time, you won't mind me saying, but he is absolutely one of the riders you cannot take your eyes off. Or taking your eyes off at the moment, it's the 2023 world champion Bjorn Andresen, who is absolutely on the front here, and he too is a rider on form. I've been watching him the last few weeks, and he really is one to watch today. He could be seriously dangerous. He's taken the rainbow bands before. Jason Osborne took them off of him last year. Could Bjorn Andresen be wanting to take them back this year? The polka dot banner is coming. That's climb 1, and Osborne's going to go through to pick up the points. Skierski and Andresen and Fryatt are the 4 riders through over the top. Oh, Neil Fryatt, what a star. But Osborne picks up 40, Skierski picks up 38, Fryatt picks up 36, and Andresen picks up 34. I say Fryatt's a star, whilst Bormans may be the youngest rider in the race. Fryatt, I know Neil won't mind me saying, is the oldest.
With age comes great wisdom, stroke tactical nous, stroke just the ability to dig deep. I have to say, really interesting to see this move. You saw Andreasen go on the front there, looking to push over the top. Osborne instantly answered. You saw him come up on the wheels to answer the attack. He then saw the opportunity for points, went over the top. Skierski can see two of the big danger riders on the front here, and very quickly goes into position. You can just see at the moment everybody else now is having to answer. Line of Justin having to lean down on those bars, that taped up arm. You can see him there just supporting that body weight with his forearms there, just taking the weight off the damaged section. He's got a hold. He's still in 4th position on the road at the moment, behind this leading trio of riders who've got 2 seconds on the rest of that race field.
Yeah.
This is really key.
Well, it is key, and the rest of the group now need to close the gap, because this is really dangerous. You've got Andreasen, Osborne and Skierski, 2 previous world champions, both battling for the 2025 title, and the young contender in Paweł Skierski, a medical student from Poland who has really taken cycling esports to heart this year after being very much focused on mountain biking. Niall Pedersen, another young rider from Norway, well, with 400 metres to go, he's gone up and over the top. Brave move. Fortune favours the brave, and Pedersen, being brave at the moment here, is going for sprint number 2, and it's coming up at the 8-kilometre marker. They're very, very nearly there, just 300 metres to go, and Pedersen is the rider absolutely dialing this. They're not chasing from behind. Oh, what a drive to the line from Pedersen. He's got less than he's got 100 metres to go. Tugels, Osborne, Andreasen, Bormans, Jones now unleashing behind.
So this is going to be the run here to take away maximum points. It's going to be 40 points in the bag for Niall Pedersen. Pedersen came into that sprint at 8th place. He's going to take away the points from that. That will propel him up through the standings. Osborne did have a lead substantially, but that gap is starting to, I think, come down, and it may well, in fact, have changed, because I'm just seeing an update that actually has Osborne deposed from the top of the series standings. I'm waiting to see if that updates and if that is correct, but that's a big change.
Well, on that checkpoint, Pedersen took 40, Kaminski took 38, Don, Tugel, Skierski, Jones, Bormans, Osborne in 8th place, and it does indeed mean that Paweł Skierski now goes into the top spot overall with 312 points to Osborne's 309, Tugel's 291.
Indeed, a big change, big shake-up. So what was going to be a nailed-on World Championship for many people for Osborne, well, it's been shaken apart. So Skierski now leading the point standings from Osborne. Leonard Tugel, who we saw do that great ride up there. Mikhail Kaminski currently in 4th place. Now that is a rider who you said, Emma, plenty of times on the Sunday Race Club, is coming into form as we see Jason Osborne on the attack on this climb. 9 watts per kilo he went off the front at. Can we see Kaminski, can we see Skierski work together? Can they keep hold of Osborne? Osborne looking to take back those points that he's just lost to Skierski.
Well, I think the key move here is who responds behind Osborne, not that Osborne goes. If Osborne goes clear at the top of the climb number 2 and at the finish line, it's just a 2-point gap back to the next rider. Who the next rider is the critical part here. Not necessarily that Jason Osborne has gone clear, but what else could Jason Osborne do? We know he is a great climber, and we know he really wants this title for 2025, in which case he just has to unleash the Jason Osborne we know. It's a climb, it's heading upwards, and Jason Osborne is on the move.
He certainly is, but I would never discount Jason Osborne's kick for the finishing line. He might not be the most explosive rider, and I know that the team can talk it later. We've got a track world champion down in the analyst desk, but there's different ways of kicking, there's different ways of putting the power down, of accelerating away. And Jason Osborne, whilst he might not have the biggest snap, he's still got enough power. He can run like a kilo rider. He can just go to the front and just ride riders off his wheel if he wants to, because he's got that power. Almost Chris Hoy-esque in the way he could ride a sprint. Osborne at the moment on the climb, though, at the moment clear of Skierski, who is moving into position here, looking to minimise his points loss. The gap between Skierski and Osborne at the moment is 3 points. 2 points is the difference between each place, but can Skierski keep the rest of this race field off his heels? It's split the group apart. You can see that on the screen. It's dot to dot on the radar view at the moment as the big kick now comes from Kaminski. So Kaminski, the rider who's looking to go over the top here, and Kaminski will be taking points from Skierski. It will put Kaminski and Skierski right up there, but Osborne is looking like he's going to take this back, and at the moment the two Polish riders need to think about how they play this out. What do they want to get out of this race? Who do they want to put in a position to take away the medal? Osborne goes through. He takes maximum points behind Mikhail Kaminski. You can see he's already cruising through. He knows that he's got that second place secured. Skierski takes away third place. I think at the line they were going to get confirmation of that, because this is going to come down to each and every point on the run through.
Well, on climb, checkpoint number 2, it's Osborne in 1, Kaminski in 2, Tugels in 3, Vujasin in 4, Skierski in 5. That is going to shake things up. Andreasen in 6th, Van Elst in 7, and Pedersen in 8th. There's then a gap back to the group containing Turek, Don, Bormans and Jones.
So that has changed the points totals from that checkpoint, because Jason Osborne has gone back into the race lead. Jason Osborne now 349 points. 5 points clear of Pavel Skierski, who paid the price of having too many riders between him and Osborne. Skierski in 2, 344 points. Leonard Tugels moving into 3rd place, 327 points. He's only 5 points clear of Mikhail Kaminski with 322. And then in 5th place, it's Niall Pedersen. But Pedersen has been distanced from the lead group, currently in 8th place on the road. Big gaps opening up behind our race leaders, being led at the moment by Jason Osborne with a gap.
Well, with 1 kilometre to go on stage 2 of the 2025 UCI Cycling Esports World Championships, Jason Osborne is 10 seconds clear of the group behind. It contains Kaminski, Andreasen, Vujasin, Tugels, Van Elst, Skierski. They are all in that group. They are then 12 seconds clear of the further chase group on the world. But Jason Osborne is doing his thing right now with around 700 metres to go.
And it's all about the points. It's not about the time gaps now. He's clear. He's on the run to the finish. This is going to be about thinking now and being smart for stage 3 for all of our riders. They've got to work out how far the riders are behind. Will they get caught? Could they lose potential points by being inattentive? Can they sit up and rest? Can they push all the way? This last little kicker to the line, it can take some time to get there, because it's a nasty little climb here. It may only be 250 metres, but it's a critical 250 metres. You can lose a lot of time. You get this pacing wrong. Osborne, though, looks clear.
Yeah, Osborne is clear, and I think the critical element is for the group behind and who picks up most of the points. Osborne goes with 100 metres to go, but the battle for points, well, that's really the chase group.
So here we go, the defending world champion who opened a lead on stage 1, saw it disappear, wiped away in the early stages of stage 2, takes away the final checkpoint points, the maximum score at the end of stage number 2. He's extended his lead at the top. After it being diminished, it's going to be 389 points for Jason Osborne behind. This is the sprint in and through the line. It's Osborne in 1, Kaminski in 2, Tugels coming through with Andreasen and Skierski. Skierski losing ground again on the way through. He's going to have to wait until they come in. Ruben Donk, one of the Belgian squad, coming in through. Donk, a great punchy rider. He punches the air of delight, in fact, as he goes in over the line. He's got a real, this is the puncher's playground. Donk is a definite puncher. Daniel Turek comes through after the early moves, looking to go off the front. And Neil Fry, a phenomenal ride. He's going to be sitting, I think, just inside the top 10 in point scores. We'll have to wait and see as all those scores are computed. What a ride. Well, the world champion from 2024 and from our very first World Championships was put under pressure by the Polish squad, by Skierski, by Kaminski. The Belgian team had to go with Tugels. You've got former champion Andreasen on the move. Real battle, Emma.
It is indeed, and we're watching Jason Osborne trying to cool himself down and recover and get ready for stage 3, because stage 3 is going to be where the medals are decided. It is closer than I thought it was going to be in this Men's World Championship battle today. Stage 3, it is going to be one to have your eyes glued to.
It certainly is. We saw changes as we went through those stages into the end of the women's race earlier on. I think we're going to be set up for much the same. What a stage 2, so much to unpack from that. Let's hand over to Anthony, to Hayley and to Katie.
Thanks, Matt. Thanks very much, Emma. An intriguing second race. Hayley, there was so much to-ing and froing in that actual race there. At one point, we thought that Jason was starting to drop his way down the standings. Then it tipped back in his favour. There was so much to talk about.
Yeah, absolutely. It was really exciting, and riders were attacking, getting points, and then losing concentration for a split second, being dropped from the back of the group. And as we said, once you're out of the draft, you're really in trouble. But I thought Jason did really well, actually, to stay calm, stay collected, stay focused. You know, he was at one point down in second place in the standings, whereas we expected him to almost just be at first the whole time. But then he used his ability, his strength, to ride off on that climb, get a gap, and then take the maximum points at the top of the second King of the Mountains climb, and then stay away to the finish. And that's exactly what he needed to do. So we heard him say in his pre-race interview that he doesn't feel the pressure of being in the national team jersey. He's used to it, and I think we're seeing that experience and cool, calm, and collected nature pay dividends here.
Katie, you talked earlier about the process. We're seeing now the highlights of that race, and that was a moment where the process has to take over, surely, because when you see yourself dropping, he won't have seen it, but he'll have known, you're dropping down the standings and you're normally first place. The process has to be the dictator here.
One of the big shows of maturity for an athlete is the ability to have patience and, you know, if you will, some faith in the process. Because if you panic at any stage, you're done. And often, as a competitor, you want your competition to panic. Yes. And you want to do things, and maybe, you know, when you have teammates out there, you might ask them to do something to make somebody panic, because it really does ruin it. I think what we've seen from Jason Osborne is an incredible sense of control. You know, he used energy when he needed to, but Pavel Sierski, like, wow. He really is. Some of the watts he was putting out in those earlier sprints just shows what a big engine he has. And he is also riding a very controlled race. If anything, I see a rider who's building confidence through these rounds, because the sprinter's paradise is a different game again. And that will really suit what I just saw, some of those incredible 5 and 10 second efforts. That will really suit him coming into the final.
Do you think that? Do you think that Sierski's got a chance here to take this title?
I think so. I mean, the points are close at the top. They're much closer than we saw in the women's race. I think the experience of Jason Osborne, the fact that he knows the courses really well, he knows how to time his efforts really well, is going to be crucial. And again, that's something that we saw was really key in the women's race, just the timing of when you launch your attack and the momentum that you can carry through the group. We thought certain sprints were going to be won by certain riders, and then it changed on the line just because of the timing and the effects of the slingshot.
The points are crucial because there's only 29 points between 4th place and 1st place right now. And in the final race, Katie, there's a lot of points on offer.
A lot of points on offer. If we look at stage 2, Osborne earned 168, Sierski 170. So we kind of saw that playing out. But Togels and Kaminsky, this feels like we're rewatching what we saw in the women's with Tomasi and Alberg, where it literally came down to that final sprint. It is really tight there. And because it is so tight between 3rd, 4th, and even down to 5th and 6th, really, that will also affect Osborne and Sierski. They're not out there, just the two of them on their own. And when you start to see riders divided by, you know, if Sierski wins and Osborne's only a couple of metres back, but there's 2 riders in the middle, well, you're in all sorts of trouble.
Yeah.
But that makes it really hard during the race, because the riders have to try and do these calculations on the fly. Whilst they're expending all of this effort, they need to try and work out, okay, where was I? Where was my closest competitor? How many people were there between us? What's the current point standing? And we likened it to a points race on the track, but actually one advantage that they have in the track race is that they can glance up at the scoreboard in between the sprints, have a look at the standings. The riders aren't necessarily getting that opportunity here, and as we mentioned for the women's race, they don't have a director in their ear, they don't necessarily have their friends and family standing right next to them, being able to do the maths for them and say in their ear, okay, this is the current scenario, so you need to win the next sprint, or okay, you're a bit safer, you can sit back a little bit, take some recovery. It's difficult.
They're really an evolved kind of athlete, aren't they? I mean, let's call it what they are. They're kind of nerds, right? Because on the fly, they're doing this mental arithmetic, plus the strategy that goes into managing the effort and the energy requirements. They don't have a director in their ear just telling them what to do. So they're not just doing what they're told. They're really having to orchestrate it as they go. I think it's incredibly impressive, and it really is a group of athletes that are so much more than just physically capable. They really are the whole deal.
Yeah, because you talked earlier on about the fact that when you're under pressure and that effort, the brain's not necessarily working.
It's not where all the blood's going, let's be honest.
So to be able to do that mental arithmetic, to be focused, composed, deal with the pressure, deal with this arena that we've talked about where everyone is shouting, screaming at them as they're racing. There's so much going on, isn't there?
Yeah, there really is. And Pavel Siersky, he's got a huge group of fans and family here, and they are really going bananas. And even if you weren't watching his numbers, you could tell by their reaction how he's actually going. Yeah, and I think that does buoy and lift the athletes. But Jason's got his partner in the crowd as well, Kate. And I think that it's so remarkable that we've seen so many family and friends travel to watch these athletes here in Abu Dhabi.
I agree.
She was more nervous than if she was racing earlier.
I actually think it's harder to watch. You don't have the control when you're watching someone races when you're racing yourself.
Yeah. Is Kaminsky performing above expectations here?
He's been in really good form recently, and he's always in the mix in the Sunday Race Club races in that men's category 1. So I think he's having a really strong performance. But yeah, I'd love to see him do well in this final race and move himself up the leaderboard.
Well, let's see what happens. So let's take a look at and remind you of the course of stage 3. This is where the rainbow bands will be decided. Hayley, just remind us, we've seen this many times, but this is the final race of today.
I know, it's flown by, it really has. I can't believe that we're right at the climactic moment, but what we're going to see in this final race is 8 laps. Each lap is 1.5 kilometres with about 25 metres of climbing, and the climbs really do take their toll. It's not actually a flat sprint, as we've mentioned before, and there are points on offer at every lap finish, and for lap 8 it's double points.
This is the course, the Sprinter's Paradise, where the rainbow bands will be decided. How do you beat Jason Osborne?
Well, I think he's so strong. You certainly can't let him get any sort of gap. You've probably got to try and stay on his wheel, on the climb that comes at the end of each lap, and then hope that you can time your own acceleration better than he can. Don't let him get any draft and overtake you. And I mean, I guess it would be great for some of the riders if they could use team numbers, but I'm not sure whether we'll see that happen.
Okay, let's see if it does happen. Katie, anything else, do you think? How is this race going to play out? What are you hoping for?
I think in theory you let Jason lead out, and then you try and use, some group tactics behind that. It doesn't really play out like that, though, because someone will move, someone will balk, because not everyone will have the patience to be able to do that. But because we do have such a tight race for 3rd and 4th, I think that from sprint 1, we are going to see some really interesting combinations form, and all of the riders will have to really keep on top of the maths and make sure that nothing's sneaking through.
Well, we're ready then. This is our final race. This is where the final rainbow jersey is decided. Let's join Matt and Emma now for the final race of the Men's World Championship.
Stage 3, final stage. And the tactics are definitely up for discussion here. Lots of riders really suffering. Jason Osborne, you put him on the front and you use him as your lead out?
Well, there's a nice draft behind Jason Osborne, I'll tell you, if he's on the front of the pack.
If you were Jason Osborne, what would you be doing?
Oh, that's a good question. I'd be monitoring the front of the pack, and probably on lap 3 I'd go for a long-range breakaway. And it is possible Osborne could well ride clear of the group, and that's what the group will be watching. The eyeballs will be on his wheel. But I think there are riders a little bit further down that top 10 that other eyes will be on. Ollie Jones is probably the best sprinter along with Neil Fryer in the pack. Andreassen's got a lovely kick, and Kaminski, well, I tell you something, that is a rider on form at the moment. Chugel, Skierski, it is going to be a great stage 3.
And Kaminski coming to form at just the right time. He really has beat. We saw him take a dip through the summer and then building through into the autumn, in towards the winter, really starting to get his timing to perfection, building up the power, getting those results, going further up standings in the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. It's time to see what they can do, though, on the final stage of the 2025 UCI Cycling Esports World Championships. Stage 3 is underway. 8 laps, a sprint at the line each and every lap. And remember, of course, when you get to the last lap, it's double points, which was so critical as they came into the finish. So where you finish, where the rest of the riders finish, and how many riders you have between you and your major challenges is going to be key. And that's difficult, isn't it, when you've so many together?
Yeah, it is indeed. And Skierski, interestingly, gone on the front at the moment, straight out of the pen, 200 metres into the race. But now the rest of the pack are all coming up and they're heading wide across the road. Bjorn Andreassen, line of Yasin, paying very close attention. So is Glednes, Harvard Glednes, the rider from Norway. You need to watch him here. He was brilliant in this stage, in the semi-finals. It was what got him onto the stage in Abu Dhabi. He worked his way up the field as each sprint unfolded and, well, ended up on a plane ride to Abu Dhabi. Now, he is going to be one to watch because he's got a phenomenal sprint. Casper Bormann's interesting move off the front, driving hard at the 600-metre mark here. Turek now closing down and coming onto his wheel. Power is there as well as Van He, Dont, Paradians and Osborne. They're bringing the field right back into contention. They've still got some way to sprint number 1.
And each and every position is going to be key. Each and every point is going to be key. And where the riders pull points away from you, in between maybe you and your riders, your nearest rivals, that is going to be critical. This run for the line is lap 1. This is the run down the hillside. We take the long right-hand bend here. We come into the left-hand turn, and then it lines out. You can see in front of you the race unfolding. Will we see somebody like Hayden Pucker potentially starting to work for Friat here with the view of putting him right up at the front? This is the first sprint unfolded. Gednes and Andreassen together at the front of the race, but there's a massive move coming in over the top here.
Ollie Jones has gone at 12 watts per kilo, so is Bjorn Andreassen. Jason Osborne coming in the mix as well, and so was Ruben Dont. But question who got that, because they were straight across the line. There were so many wheels in that throw for sprint number 1. It was Neil Friat from Jason Osborne, Ruben Dont, Harvard Glesnes, Mikkel Kaminski, Casper Bormans, Niall Pedersen, Leonard Chugels, Josh Harris and Jasper Paradians in the top 10.
So they were the top 10 on sprint number 1. Those are the riders scoring the most points, with Gednes taking away a phenomenal haul for him. But the key thing is all about what can you do when you are leading this, and that is Jason Osborne's challenge. He's got to keep himself in the right place at the right time. He's doing that so far. He's holding position. His gap, it's there. It's currently sitting at, well, it's 16 points. It's not huge, but if he can minimise any loss to riders like Skierski, Kaminski, that's going to be critical. Kaminski, though, in 3rd place
tied now on points with Chugels.
Yes, Chugels and Kaminski, 376 points, 386 points for Skierski, and 408 for Osborne.
Well, Jason Osborne is now at the 2.4 kilometre marker, 600 metres out from the sprint on lap number 2. And this is Jason Osborne dancing on the pedals and riding away from the group. Ruben Dont trying to close them down, but the group now Well, if they can't catch Osborne, they're going to start watching each other instead. And Don Pedersen, Skierski are the riders in the group, and the pace has come off. They are letting Jason Osborne go.
What are they doing? They need to be on the wheels. You need to be closing this down. There's clear air between Osborne. He's going to get maximum points here. He's going to go through, and yeah, okay, it's only a few points to the riders behind, but each and every rider is scrapping behind. There's no guarantee for them. Osborne makes it a certainty. He goes in over the line behind. The bum fight unfolds, and at the moment it looks like as they came in over the line after Osborne took away the win, we saw a Belgian rider come over that line in second place with Leonard Tugels, Gednes followed by Van Els, then Kaminsky and Jones. Jones at the moment struggling to put that superb sprint he's got into effect.
Well, I'll tell you something, this is absolutely becoming a right battle behind at the moment, because whilst Jason Osborne has gone off out of the front of the group for that second lap, he's come back into the group this time, and now Casper Bormans tries the same move. Tugels, Skierski and Kaminsky are separated by 3 points at the moment behind. Tugels currently in the silver medal, Skierski in bronze, Kaminsky in 4th place, but as I said, 3 points at the moment separating those 3 riders. Andreasen, Pedersen, Frey, Van Els, Jones, Bormans and Vujasin all in there as well.
And the points are between them. It's 5 points, but there's nothing in there. Tugels and Skierski tied at the moment. The battle, though, is going to unfold once again behind Jason Osborne as Bjorn Andresen and Casper Bormans comes up. Bormans bronze medalist last year. Andresen already been world champion. If this could form as a breakaway, they would hoover up the points. It would change the makeup at the front with Andresen able to get some serious points in the bank. Skierski is responding to this behind, currently in 4th place and really digging deep to come across. Kaminsky's on his wheel as well. The 2 Polish riders ahead of Harvard Gednes in that pursuit. But this is going to come down to Osborne. How much does he want it? How much does he want this win? Where is he prepared to work? And the answer is he's prepared to give it everything.
Well, this is lap 3 of 8, and Jason Osborne is pushing on to the finish line. The sprint line at the moment is about 60-70 metres up the road. There it is. Boom goes Jason Osborne straight over the top 440 points. Bjorn Andreasen, Casper Bormans, that drive, that push, put them in clear air to the rest of the group, and from the rest of the group, Kaminsky is the rider who picks up the points.
So Osborne, Andresen, Pedersen with Kaminsky, Bormans, Chirek, Frey and Van Els, the riders at the front going over the line that time, and you see on the screens what it does to the points competition. Jason Osborne leading 448 points. Kaminsky now 2 points clear of Tugels, 409 versus 407. Skierski now 399 points, yet to break that 400-point marker. And Bjorn Andreasen and Niall Pedersen both scoring really well behind, moving up through. Casper Bormans adding to his points total as Lionel Vujasin, I think, really feeling the effects, trying to sprint with that damage after the crash. Very, very difficult indeed as we see a push on the front, and this time, well, it's the master tactician himself, Lionel Vujasin, who took the silver medal last year. He's on the move.
He is indeed. He's on the move, and he's pushing strongly on lap 4 at the 5.2 kilometre marker, around 750 metres away from the sprint line. And look at that, Jason Osborne is sprinting onto Vujasin's wheel. Kaminsky is the rider who's paying attention and wanting to come across, and so is Power. They are still some way off, and Osborne has just put in a massive dig to close the gap down to Vujasin. Vujasin has lit the fire on lap 4, and Osborne has responded. The question is this a strategic move from Vujasin to take the sting out of Osborne's legs and set it up for one of the other riders? Who knows? But Jason Osborne, he responded. He's gone up and over the top. Vujasin, however, is on his wheel.
So this is now about that run down to the line. Vujasin puts in another big dig here. He's going to try and out drag strip, but Jason Osborne is looking to hoover up the points here. He's going to take away points potentially from those riders behind to change the positions, because Vujasin is still not inside the top 5 riders, but it will change the mix-up behind depending on who comes over the line behind Jason Osborne. So lap 4 complete as they come through. Vujasin from Osborne, from Pedersen, from Frey, Don, Kaminsky and Bormans, and the overall points now, well, Jason Osborne, he's extending that gap.
He is indeed, and the gaps further down in the top 10 are starting to close as well. The last few laps of this race are going to be so important in terms of who takes away the 2025 Cycling Esports World Championships. Osborne and Vujasin side by side on your screen. They're 5 seconds clear of Bormans, Dont, Pedersen, Harris, Van Elst, Kaminsky, Andreasen and Jones. It's a huge group, and right now, if I was contending for those medals, I wouldn't want to be in it. I would want that group to be smaller.
You want to break that group down. The problem is that everybody wants those points, whether you're fighting for 7th and 8th position, 2nd and 3rd position, whether you're in the hunt for the medal. But Vujasin and Osborne at the moment continuing to push at the front of this race field. Behind, everybody wants to get back into position, but Vujasin and Osborne with the gap to Jones, to Kaminsky, to Don of about 8 seconds at the moment. He's yo-yoing up and down, and the American team here, I think, have got to try and find an answer if they want to push the rider up. Their best placed rider is Neil Fryett. The leaders, Osborne and Vujasin, on the way in through, and the squad really working hard with Hayden Pucker on the move, but he has got so much work to do if he wants to be up to help Fryett. Vujasin and Osborne on the way to the line.
They are indeed, and this is lap 5 of 8, and Vujasin is going to try and take the points off of Jason Osborne. I'm not sure Jason Osborne is that bothered, but he is. He comes over and takes the points available, all 20 of them. Vujasin will take 18 this time round.
So the riders coming in through with Osborne, with Vujasin, with Jones and Kaminsky coming through behind. So Ollie Jones using that sprint to good effect, but it may be too little too late here as Osborne has got the gap. Kaminsky in 2nd place, and Tugels is losing points here because Lionel Vujasin is hoovering up the points at the moment. The gap is not coming down, and it means that those points gaps that are there are still being set. The gaps at the moment: Osborne 487 points, Mikhail Kaminsky 441 points, Leonard Tugels 426, with Pavel Skirsky 403. Only the top 4 riders have broken that 400 point marker. Osborne 487. He's now 46 points clear at the top of the standings. We are on lap 6. At the moment, there are 80 points left if you were to take all of the points on the way back.
Yeah, it is indeed, and what a move. As we continue to see Pavel Skirsky now in absolute trouble. He was 19th through that sprint checkpoint. He is off the back of the group. That is one rider in trouble, but what a performance so far today. Jason Osborne, Lionel Vujasin off the front of the pack. Ollie Jones, Bjorn Andreasen, Mikhail Kaminsky, Casper Bormans, Niall Pedersen, Leonard Tugel, Stefan Van Elst, Josh Harris, Dan Turek, all in the chase group, all chasing points at the moment. They're all chasing Jason Osborne as he comes towards the UCI banner for what is the 6th time. So Osborne and Vujasin side by side yet again on lap 6, and it's Vujasin who's going to pick up the points this time. Osborne's not even going to try to pick up the 20 points, so Lionel Vujasin comes through for 20 points. Jason Osborne takes 19. The battle is on behind though, and take a look at that. It's Fryett who's going to come through. Oh no, it's not, because I think Kaminsky's going to roll him on the line. That was so close for those points, and it was indeed Mikhail Kaminsky who took 18 points. Casper Bormans, Ollie Jones, Bjorn Andreasen, Leonard Tugels, Van Elst, Turek, Pedersen all rolled Fryett on the line.
So we've only got 2 more laps to go, 2 more point scoring opportunities. Lap 7 and lap 8, double points on lap 8. If you took away maximum points, you'd take away 60, but surely nobody can now touch Jason Osborne on the front. He's 47 points clear of Mikhail Kaminsky. He's clear of Leonard Tugels by some 66 points. The medals are starting to look like they are almost there. They've not quite gone to the engravers, but they've got the names penciled in beside them, because it's Osborne, Kaminsky and Tugels at the moment in the driving seat, and the real fight now is about Kaminsky versus Tugels. Kaminsky sprinting absolutely out of his skin time and time again to take away the points in those sprints from Tugels to keep that gap in front. The rider from Poland looking to stay clear. Jason Osborne, Lionel Vujassin on the front of the race on the way round. They are actually going to start lapping riders now. I think Thomas Thrall going to see them come past him for a lap on this circuit. Such is the pace of our leading riders here. Jason Osborne, Lionel Vujassin on the penultimate lap, the penultimate checkpoint coming up for them. This is the run to the line for what will be one more lap to go. There is one more lap to go in the UCI 2025 Cycling Esport World Championships in the men's race. And with one lap to go, Jason Osborne seals what must be now a championship win if he can take it to the line. At the moment, he's looking good and he's got the company. The master rider, Lionel Vujassin, for company.
Well, first rule of cycling, you must get the bike over the finish line to win anything. And that's now what Jason Osborne has got to do. The big sprint is on behind because they are battling it out for the medals. And wow, I think that could have been Kaminski yet again. He has got his timing to perfection. Master of the sprint timing at the moment, Mikhail Kaminski. Ollie Jones from New Zealand picking up 17 points. Ruben Dont doing what Dont does. Harris still in the mix as well. Casper Borman's putting on a great showing at the young wildcard rider who took third last year. One more lap to go. It's Osborne from Kaminski, Tugels, Pedersen and Andreasen, the top 5 at the moment.
And we know that Jason Osborne will want to take away this final run for the line. He'll want to finish off this championships with a win in that final sprint. You can see Vujassin at the moment really opening this up at 8.5 watts per kilo. Vujassin has climbed his way right the way through the top 10, just hovering outside the top 5 at the moment. However, Jason Osborne will want to take the win. He'll want to take that final victory. He'll want to show just why he is the world champion. He was flying on stage 1 where he really laid the foundation. He had really got put under pressure in stage number 2, but come stage 3, come the climbs on stage 2, the sprints on stage 3, Jason Osborne has shown just how good he is.
Yeah, he has. And Osborne now going to the 4 with Vujassin on his wheel. Vujassin doing sterling work at the moment. They've got 200 metres to go. That is the UCI banner. Jason Osborne is going to pick up double points. Unless Vujassin can do anything about it, he's going to give it a run. You can't fault Vujassin for trying because Vujassin comes over the top of Jason Osborne. Vujassin is going to pick up 40 points on stage 3. But Jason Osborne is going to take away the World Championship title in cycling esports for 2025, defending his title in style. Well, the race is on behind and Dan Turek from Pedersen, Andreasen, Dont and Fryatt. The big push for the double points on the final lap. It's going to shake up the leaderboard and shake it up it may well do. We're keeping our eyes peeled at the moment, but Vujassin from Osborne, from Turek, Andreasen, Pedersen, Fryatt and Bormans was the stage.
That was the stage. You can see the delight of Mikhail Kaminski as Lionel Vujassin congratulates the man who defended his title in style. Jason Osborne turning those legs around. Now Osborne gets off the bike. He can celebrate taking the win, taking the championship title. You can see Dan Turek just coming around to congratulate Jason Osborne. Mikhail Kaminski coming through, taking second place ahead of the battle behind him. Leonard Tugels will take away third place, take away a bronze medal. Hayden Pucker getting the congratulations there. A fantastic race. All of the riders showed just what it means to ride and to race on MyWhoosh. Well, it's no fee, no fuss, just race, and race they certainly have done today. Brilliant racing. And you can see what it means to the riders, to the family, to the friends as well.
It does indeed. And the camaraderie on stage in both the women's race and the men's, absolutely brilliant. I can't tell you how much these riders have enjoyed racing on stage with each other.
Well, we've enjoyed watching the riders that we see each and every week on the Sunday Race Club, and we'll be seeing in action in the Cycling Esports League on a Tuesday on MyWhoosh as well. What a race, what a championship. I think that is a fitting conclusion. I can't wait to hear what Anthony and Hayley and Katie thought of that one.
What a fantastic day of commentary by Matt Payne and Emma Martin to bring us this World Championship for the men to a conclusion. That was a thrilling finish to a world title. Haley, he's done it 3 wins as a world champion now. He'll take the rainbow bands home again.
It was incredible, and actually what I really love is that third race was one that on paper people would say, oh, maybe other people have a chance of catching, overtaking Jason on, you know, on this sprinter's paradise. And what Jason did was he took the race, he attacked, he made it his own, and him and Lionel Yasin got that gap. They actually worked really well together, and Jason just dominated, and that's what a champion does. A champion looks at the course and says, you've tried to make this harder for me to win, and I'm going to show you that I can win no matter what because I'm the best.
And he dominated the race. He went out, he put the power on when he needed to, he was conservative when he needed to, and he really did show everybody who was the boss.
I know, and actually I really loved watching the performance from Lionel as well, because obviously he unfortunately had that crash a few days ago, and the performance in that final race was just spectacular. And then the riders finished racing and they've all gone over to each other, congratulated each other, they've seen their family, they've seen their friends, and it's an incredible atmosphere here in this stadium, and I'm just, yeah, I'm kind of almost welling up with the emotion of watching the celebrations.
Well, for me, one of the most emotional moments at the end of that race wasn't just Jason Osborne taking his hat-trick of victories, it was Mikhail Kaminski getting off the bike, going straight into the crowd just behind us here to greet his family. That was an emotional moment because he is the wild card, the underdog, the guy who has suddenly appeared and taken a medal here in these World Championships.
I'm so happy for him, and I've already had some messages of congratulations come through on the various MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club chats that I'm part of, and everyone's really, really happy for him to get that medal, and the emotion on his face when he finished riding and then going straight into the crowd to celebrate with his family. It's really special, and those are the moments that make sport, because as Katie was saying earlier, it's about the athletes, but it's also about the support that the athletes have around them day in, day out. The sacrifices that the whole support system make, the family, the friends, and it's just so nice to see the hard work pay off in the celebrations.
Well, we're going to hear from the riders who have taken the medals, because we want to hear what their sentiments are. We want to find out how the medals were taken. So we're going to go down to Mo. He's with our medal winners now at the podium presentation, which is coming shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've got right here with me Leonard Tugelis, 3rd place winner. Leonard, how was it out there? It was pretty tight. We saw it was heartbreaking towards the end, just inches away from going 1st place. How does it feel?
To be honest, I felt super good in the beginning. I took some initiatives in the beginning of the race, and towards the end my energy was really completely gone, so I was counting down laps and trying to calculate how many points I more needed, and it just worked out with a couple of points in the end.
So Leonard, what was your strategy coming in? Were you planning on flatting out at the Sprinter's Paradise or pacing yourself in the other stages? What was the plan?
My strategy was to be all in from the beginning. I know it's mentally easier to defend the lead than to feel the pressure to catch up, so it worked out, but only just.
Incredible. I saw a great camaraderie between you and your teammates. If you can talk to us a little bit more about that. It looked incredible how you guys all congratulated each other from Team Belgium. If you can talk to us about that, your relationship with your teammates.
We already know each other for years, and we really had the plan to come here as a team to work together. And yeah, we also decided to split the money if some of us made the podium, so yeah, that happened, and congratulations to all the others, especially Stefan. I think his work in the 2nd stage, yeah, I don't know what my lead was, but that couple points did the job.
Last but not least, Leonard, are you splitting it equally, or are you taking a little bit more for yourself?
I'm splitting it equally, yes.
Leonard Tugelis, everybody. Next up, your silver medalist, Michael Kaminski.
Thank you. This is
Michael, I'm going to repeat the same question, because watching from the sidelines, that looked very, very close, especially after stage 1. What happened out there?
Yeah, it was really amazing race. After 1st stage, I was 4th. and I started to believe that I can take the silver or even first place. Second stage was perfect for me because I was second on this stage, and then the gap between third and second was really small. So yeah, last stage was decisive, and yeah, I can believe that I have second place. So I'm really happy, and it's amazing feeling. I'm speechless. Sorry.
It's all good. We would be the same thing. Michael Kaminsky. Give it up for Michael Kaminsky before we go ahead.
Thank you.
I just want to ask you one more question because you really put in a big battle towards the end.
Yeah.
How are you training? Would you put yourself in these situations mentally during training? And this is where it showed tonight?
Yeah, last 2 weeks I did several simulations on those routes, training on those routes, and I preparing for different scenario. So it passed. So everything go well, and I can't believe it.
Michael Kaminsky, everybody, give it up for Michael Kaminsky. And last but not least, your champion, all the way from Germany, Jason Bourne. Jason, an incredible show of strength. You came out to a massive lead after stage one. Was that the plan all along? What was your strategy coming into the race?
Well, to be honest, I wasn't that happy with stage one because I saw the gap was not like it was in the semis, and I wasn't feeling that great. So I was, mentally a little bit hit, let's say. But then in stage two, I really felt the system was activated, and could really push on and dig deep, and then progressively each stage got actually better, and stage three was back to my old self, and then went off the front, and did some good teamwork with Lionel out there.
So Jason, I'm going to take a little bit off the field of the race right now. You have an incredibly supportive partner. What does that mean to you to have her in your life and push you forward the way she has so far?
Yeah, it's incredible. We both work really well as a team in anything, terms of nutrition, in terms of the lifestyle that needs to be maintained to perform well in this stage. So I'm incredibly proud, and really happy to have such a nice partner.
Okay, so Jason, my last question is, first of all, I want you to look towards the commentary box right there and just say hi to them, say hi to Haley, say hi to Kate. This question is from them. They want to know your hair routine. And quite personally, I want to know as well. What do you do to your hair to keep it so perfect during a race like this?
Oh, well, need to keep it smooth and hydrated. Need to use some hydrating shampoo, conditioner, and then it's all nice and soft. And
Kate and Haley. Okay, thank you very much. Jason Osborne, everybody, your world champion. Thank you very much, Jason. We're going to take it away to the analyst corner right now. Thank you very much. That was all for me.
Thank you very much, Mo. Haley, you've been wondering that all day. What is the hair routine?
Well, Katie asked me earlier, and I said that we'll ask Kate, Jason's girlfriend, and then obviously Mo's just done the job for us, so now we all know the secret.
We do, because no matter what happens, it's always perfect. He is a great champion, isn't he? He's a very serious competitor. He's not left anything unturned. We look here at the points classification at the end. Jason Osborne wins with 564 points. His advantage pretty massive at the end of the day, with 71 points advantage on Kaminsky, and Tugel's there in third place. But those second and third place riders, they weren't the expected second and third places if you were looking at form in the past. Kaminsky not in the top 10 previously in the semis. Turgles did. He was in 6th place. So we've seen the emergence of 2 big names now.
Yeah, and you know what? It goes to show what racing in this live environment can do, the difference between racing at home and coming and being on this stage in this atmosphere, and also just how a rider kind of takes that adrenaline and uses it to their advantage, and just the sacrifices they make, how they prepare and how they time their peak. And I just think it's a great result. It was such an exciting night of racing, and I've loved being part of it.
Well, the highlights which you're seeing now of the different stages. So stage 1, it didn't go his way, did it? You can see there, he's still going through in his mind almost. What happened? Why didn't I feel good?
I know, and again, you know, I mentioned before that it takes a real champion to kind of have that maturity and then attack that third race the way he did. But again, it shows what a champion he is, that even though he's won, he's got the rainbow bands again, he's still analysing that first race, and it just shows that we can expect to see the same kind of performance next year, because he constantly analyses and questions because he wants to be better every single day.
Well, we're going to be back in Abu Dhabi next year again for these World Championships, and he's going to go through in his mind, as you said, what happened? Why didn't I feel good? How do I change things? Was it that I ate too close to the race? Was it something else? Did I not sleep well the night before? All these things you as athletes do, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a massive process. And as Jason just mentioned in the interview, he's got Kate, his partner. She supports him. She also races. She's also a trained nutritionist. And they'll work together. They'll talk about it. They'll analyse it. They'll refine. And that teamwork, it's so special to have someone in your life that cares as much about your passion as you do and helps you achieve the goals that you set for yourself. And I think as a team, they're great.
Yeah, they've done an amazing job, haven't they? Stage 2 went his way. He started to feel better. He started to turn the points back towards his advantage. He had that little moment in the middle where it looked like things might not quite go his way, but it seemed to flick the switch.
Absolutely. And I think moving down the standings into second, it kind of ignites something, and it's that moment, that it's the key moment of, do I let my head drop, or do I take it? Do I attack? Do I give it everything I've got and turn it back in my favour? And it was the latter that he did.
Yeah, because suddenly that adrenaline can go, can't it, where you suddenly think, hang on a moment, something is going on here. I don't want to lose this title. I'm the favourite. I've won 2 titles already. I'm going for my hat trick. I want those rainbow bands back. Stage 3, though, he was never in danger.
No, he was dominant. As soon as he got that small gap, the small time gap, it was never in doubt. You know, the fate of the other riders was kind of sealed, and then we were looking at the battle for the other medal positions, which was thrilling in itself.
It was. It ended up with Kaminski and with Lennart Turgels taking silver and bronze medals here in Abu Dhabi. They raced so hard. We've witnessed here in the arena that feeling of the crowd, everybody getting behind each other, but just the physical effort and the toil it takes to win this world title. It cannot be underestimated how tough this is.
No, it's incredibly tough, and it's a year-round process. You know, the riders will have a little bit of time now to kind of celebrate, and then it'll be back to work.
Well, we're going to go to our medal ceremony. It's been an absolute pleasure bringing you these World Championships here in Abu Dhabi from Hayley Simmons and me, Ant McCrossan. You've witnessed these magnificent athletes as they power their way through the Esports World Championships. From Hayley, from Katie, who's been with us as well, and me, Ant McCrossan, thanks for watching. Here's the medal ceremonies.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the awards ceremony of the 2025 UCI Cycling Esports World Championships in Abu Dhabi.
سيداتي وسادتي، مرحبا بكم في حفل توزيع جوائز بطولة العالم للدراجات الإلكترونية UCI لعام 2025 في أبو ظبي.
Awards ceremony of the 2025 UCI Cycling Esports World Championships Women Elite.
حفل توزيع جوائز بطولة العالم للدراجات الإلكترونية UCI لعام 2025 فئة النخبة للسيدات.
The medals and jersey will be presented by Mr. Saif Al-Rushaidi, UCI Management Committee member.
سيتم تقديم الميداليات والقميص من قبل السيد سيف الرشيدي عضو لجنة الإدارة في الاتحاد الدولي للدراجات UCI.
In third place and winner of the bronze medal representing Italy.
في المركز الثالث والفائزة بالميدالية البرونزية ممثلة دولة إيطاليا فرانشيسكا توماسي.
In second place and winner of the silver medal representing Brazil.
في المركز الثاني والفائزة بالميدالية الفضية ممثلة البرازيل غابرييلا غيرا.
In first place, UCI World Champion and winner of the gold medal representing New Zealand.
وفي المركز الأول بطلة العالم في الاتحاد الدولي للدراجات UCI والفائزة بالميدالية الذهبية ممثلة لنيوزيلندا ماري كيت ماكارثي.
The gifts will be presented by Mr. Matthew Smithson, Director of Esports at MyWhoosh.
سيتم تقديم الهدايا من قبل السيد ماثيو سميثسون مدير الرياضات الإلكترونية في MyWhoosh.
Ladies and gentlemen, in honor of our new UCI World Champion, we present the national anthem of New Zealand.
سيداتي وسادتي، تكريما لبطلتنا الجديدة في بطولة العالم للدراجات الإلكترونية UCI، ندعوكم الآن لاستماع إلى النشيد الوطني لنيوزيلندا.
Ladies and gentlemen, please one more time your applause for our medalists.
سيداتي وسادتي، لنقدم مرة أخرى تصفيقكم الحار للفائزات بالميداليات. البرونزية فرانشيسكا توماسي، والفضية جابرييلا جيرا، والذهبية ماري كيت ماكارثي.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the awards ceremony of the 2025 UCI Cycling Esports World Championships in Abu Dhabi.
سيداتي وسادتي، مرحبا بكم في حفل توزيع جوائز بطولة العالم للدراجات الإلكترونية UCI لعام 2025 في أبو ظبي.
Awards ceremony of the 2025 UCI Cycling Esports World Championships Men Elite.
حفل توزيع جوائز بطولة العالم للدراجات الإلكترونية UCI لعام 2025 فئة النخبة للرجال.
The medals and jersey will be presented by Mr. Saif Al-Rushaidi, UCI Management Committee member.
سيتم تقديم الميداليات والقميص من قبل السيد سيف الرشيدي عضو لجنة الإدارة في الاتحاد الدولي للدراجات UCI.
In third place and winner of the bronze medal representing Belgium.
في المركز الثالث والفائز بالميدالية البرونزية ممثل دولة بلجيكا لينارد توغيلس.
In second place and winner of the silver medal representing Poland.
في المركز الثاني والفائز بالميدالية الفضية ممثل لدولة بولندا مايكل كامينسكي.
In first place, UCI World Champion and winner of the gold medal representing Germany.
في المركز الأول وبطل العالم في الاتحاد الدولي للدراجات UCI والفائز بالميدالية الذهبية ممثلا لدولة ألمانيا جيسون أوزبورن.
The gifts will be presented by Mr. Matthew Smithson, Director of Esports at MyWhoosh.
سيتم تقديم الهدايا من قبل السيد ماثيو سميثسون مدير الرياضات الإلكترونية في مايووش.
Ladies and gentlemen, in honor of our new UCI World Champion, we present the national anthem of Germany.
سيداتي وسادتي، تكريما لبطلنا الجديد في بطولة العالم للدراجات الإلكترونية UCI، ندعوكم الآن للاستماع إلى النشيد الوطني لألمانيا.
Ladies and gentlemen, please one more time your applause for our medalists.
سيداتي وسادتي، لنقدم مرة أخرى تصفيقا حار للفائزين بالميداليات: البرونزية لينارد توغاليس، الفضية مايكل كامينسكي، والذهبية جيسون أوزبورن.
For the 2025 UCI Cycling Esports World Championships in Abu Dhabi. We'll see you back in Abu Dhabi in 2026.
شكرا لحضوركم الليلة في بطولة العالم للدراجات الإلكترونية UCI في أبو ظبي. نراكم في العام القادم.